At midnight in the month of June, I stand beneath the mystic moon. An opiate vapor dewy dim exhales from out her golden rim, and softly dripping, drop by drop, upon the quiet mountain top steals drowsily and musically into the universal valley. The rosemary nods upon the grave, the lily lolls upon the wave. Wrapping the mist about its breast, the ruin moulders into rest. Looking like Lethe, the lake, a conscious slumber seems to take, and would not for the world awake. All beauty sleeps, and lo, where lies with casement open to the skies Irene, with her destinies. O lady bright, can it be right, this lattice open to the night? The bodiless airs, a wizard rout, flit through thy chamber in and out, and wave the curtain canopy so fitfully, so fearfully, above the closed and fringed lid, 'neath which thy slumbering soul lies hid, that o'er the floor and down the wall, like ghosts, The shadows rise and fall. O lady dear, hast thou no fear? Why and what art thou dreaming here? Sure thou art come o'er far off seas, a wonder to our garden trees. Strange is thy pallor, strange thy dress, strange thy glorious length of tress, and this all solemn silentness. The lady sleeps. Oh, may her sleep, which is enduring, so be deep. Soft may the worms about her creep. This bed, being changed for one more holy, this room for one more melancholy, I pray to God that she may lie forever with unclosed eye. My love, she sleeps. Oh, may her sleep as it lasting so be deep. Heaven have her in its sacred keep. Far in the forest, dim and old, for her may some tall tomb unfold, some tomb that oft hath flung its black and wing-like panels fluttering back, triumphant over the crest pals of her grand family funerals. Some sepulchre remote, alone, against whose portal she hath thrown, in childhood, many an idle stone, some vault from out whose sounding door she ne'er shall force an echo more, nor thrill to think, poor child of sin, it was the dead who groaned within. Edgar Allan Poe, 1841. This was The Sleeper. Welcome everybody to the haunting of Dacob Manor, the live stream as we count down to Halloween, darlings. So let me put this candle down. Welcome everybody. Gary, Jack, Debbie, Jesus, Nicole Papinchak, Mrs. Blue, Rich Mitch, and all of you. Welcome to the live stream as we count down to Halloween. Gary says, love the poem. Hi, Dacob. Thank you so much. Thank you. Of course, it's good old Eddie Poe. Yes. Yes, as the Golden Girls would say, the Edgar Allan Poe potatoes. When B. Arthur, as Dorothy goes to have dinner with her date, they go to this literary restaurant where they purchase the Edgar Allan Poe potatoes. Loved your recital of the poem, Dacob, Mrs. Blue says. Thank you so much. Hello, Letty. What's the lip color? Thank you so much. The lip color is Hysteria by Chanel from 11 years ago. It's an aubergine color, black aubergine, like blood and black. And I already have it all over my teeth. But who cares? It is about the rotting flesh and decay. So, darlings, friends with the crows. Oh, yes. Now, how's everybody doing? Loved your... Oh, thank you. I just read that one. Sorry. We have Witch Dacob in the bunker tonight. Oh, you haven't seen a witch yet, darling. Oh, no. No, this is just a little Edgar Allan Poe vibe, you know. We're visiting psychologically Salem, and in Salem we have the Dacob Manor, and you are all in it right now, darlings. So let me turn on a bit more lights so I look less dead. Let me see, hold on. Working on the lights. Jesus says, oh, it's Chanel. Yes, darling, you know. If we're gonna... Debbie says, yes, a lot of aubergines. The lightning effect. Hysteria. Yeah. Hysteria number... Hold on, I can check. 147, I want to say. Or maybe... Oh, hold on, my camera isn't filming. 157, you guys. 157. Thank you, C. Lala. Doing wonderful. Had a nice big meal. Oh, good, Jack. Everybody's been eating. So, okay, so this was the intro, which I should have recorded, but I didn't. So I'm going to record the next step. Now, first we're going to talk Chucky. So let me let me start record. Wait, hold on. All right, let me take Chucky and let's start recording now. Hello, everybody, to Totally Dacob. I am in my Halloween attire, and I will be, because it is Halloween as I'm filming, and I will be reviewing Chucky, Season 1, Episode 2, which I just watched. So, spoiler alert, this is going to be interesting. Chucky is with me. I am dressed to impress. Now, the whole episode, from here on out, spoiler alert. You have been warned. It is Halloween in episode 2, so it is very time appropriate. The setting is gorgeous. Don Mancini, creator, director, writer, everything of Chucky, the series, and Chucky, just nailed it. Again, I've said this before and I'm repeating it here. It feels like watching Pedro Almodovar, one of my favorite Spanish directors, directing an American series. It's that beautifully shot, the attention to detail, the aesthetics. It's just so delicious. So every shot you could frame it. You could print out the screenshot and just frame it. The way he portrays Halloween, delicious. The cinematography is warm. The orange hues, the golden hues, those autumn lights are just so wonderfully portrayed, despite all of the cliches you might see, because, they were not shooting during Halloween, I suppose. So they had to set it up to look like Halloween. Maybe they did put some artificial leaves all around. But then again, John Carpenter did the same in 1978 when they shot Halloween, because they were not shooting during the season, and it was really hard for them to find the leaves. But anyway, the setting is just magnificent. Jake now has an issue. In episode 1, his father died because this little guy killed him. And now he moved in to live with his uncle, who was the twin of his father. Again, that duality. Jake has moved into his new bedroom, which is within this ginormous villa where his uncle with his wife lives, together with his cousin, the male cousin, Junior Wheeler. So he moved into his bedroom, which is set up to look like the Black Lodge. It literally has the red curtains, the red walls, the zigzag walls, black and white. I mean, Don Mancini references Twin Peaks like nobody else. And in fact, in episode 2, one thing I didn't mention in end of episode 1, that's how we begin in episode 2, is Chucky is alone in the bedroom, in Jake's bedroom with Jake, and tells him, "So, what are we going to do with your bullies?" Basically, first and foremost, the girlfriend of Junior, who bullies Jake like nobody else. She is such a terrible bully, but we're going to discover in episode 2 that she herself has a lot of trouble and problems, issues with her family. Her mom and dad kind of pay more attention to her smaller sister than to her. Nobody really listens to her. So in a way, Lexi is her name. She's becoming a bully, or she has become a bully, just because she's a spoiled rich girl who nobody really listens to. So in a way, it's complicated, the duality there as well. But we have this red room, or the Black Lodge scenario, which is Jake's bedroom, where Chucky starts manipulating him, because Chucky wants to slowly but surely get Jake to start killing. Jake doesn't want to. So the episode begins with Jake going to school. Some of the kids apologize to Jake for having made fun of him in episode 1 after his father passed away. So they, send their condolences, right, Chucky? And they invite Jake to a Halloween party that night, or the next day. The episode plays around Halloween. So Junior meets up with Lexi. They are dating, and he asks her, "What are you going to dress up for on Halloween?" She says, "Oh, it's going to be incredible. It's a surprise. You just wait and see." So Junior doesn't know what Lexi's going to wear. Jake has another encounter with his kind of love interest. The other guy, I forget his name again, who has a true crime podcast or a podcast about criminality in general. It's a little bit like Riverdale. Every episode begins with the boy from the podcast kind of reading a chapter from his own podcast about the city which we are in right now. So we have Charles Lee Ray, the killer who is possessing the body of Chucky, who comes from that city. And we hear stories about the city, about how complicated it is in the city during Halloween, how a lot of people lose their lives during Halloween. And he lists a couple of examples of what has happened in the past with people cutting their hands while trying to carve pumpkins and what have you. It's a little bit like Jughead in Riverdale kind of reading to us the story of Riverdale. That's a little bit the mood that we have. It is a teenager coming of age story after all. So it does call for a teenager voice telling us what is going down. Very similar to what John Hughes delivers in Breakfast Club, where the movie begins with a letter written to the principal/teacher of the school in which all the kids are going to be united in for detention on a weekend. That's for Breakfast Club, John Hughes. But here we have Jake going to school and going back home. Before he gets back home, Chucky is alone at home with the cleaning lady. He teases the cleaning lady. He, makes noises, sounds, drops vases on the floor that break. She turns around, looks at them, and wonders, how did this happen? Chucky has a drop of blood on his cheek, which she wipes off. It's very spooky, but deliciously filmed. And again, the cinematography is amazing, casting amazing too. She goes to the kitchen, opens the drawer. She's cleaning up the house. It's a humongous mansion of a house. And she notices that the knives are kind of all missing, really. So she goes to the dishwasher, opens it, and all the knives are in the dishwasher, but they're facing upwards with the actual... You did that, didn't you, Missy? They're all facing upwards, all of the knives. And she kind of looks at them and she's about to lift them. And then Chucky runs from behind her and slaps her on the butt cheek. She kind of trips, falls head down on all of these knives. And of course, you can imagine what happens. The kids come back home. As they come back home, we notice that Junior doesn't know anymore the code to seal off the alarm in the house, but Jake knows it because he's been listening to his uncle. So Junior is annoyed that Jake knows more about these little details than he knows by now, because Jake is developing some sort of relationship with his uncle. Parental relationship, obviously. Get your minds out of the gutter. So they go to the kitchen. Jake opens the fridge, gets something to eat, and says, "Hey, would you like one too?" Junior repeats, "Don't you dare ask me if I want something from my home. This is my stuff. You don't offer me my stuff." So there's like the jealousy, envy going on there. Jake says, "What is your problem, dude? Like, why are you so annoyed with me?" He turns around and sees the dead cleaning lady in the kitchen. He says, "Call 911 immediately." Junior is shocked. The police come. It's the same police we had in episode 1, the mother of Jake's infatuation. She is the main cop. She says, "Oh, what a coincidence that we have 2 deaths within like a couple of days, and all surrounding Jake." So she starts kind of implying and questioning Jake's uncle and aunt. Like, is Jake okay? Has he shown that he doesn't like the cleaning lady? Is he behaving differently or strangely? They said, no, he's not. Then she said, what about Junior? Is Junior behaving in a strange way? And then the parents say, how dare you insinuate that our son did this? So anyway, there's this issue. However, the camera footage of the house, surrounding the house, not within the house. Apparently there are no cameras inside the house. How could there be? Otherwise they would be filming Chucky running around the whole time. So maybe within the writing, there's a little bit of an issue there. Such a very rich and huge mansion of a building, you would have cameras all over the house on the inside, but they don't, because if they would have the cameras would have caught Chucky running around the house. But apparently the cameras are only filming the outside premises of the building. So the police say, sorry guys, let me take a sip, that it couldn't have been the boys. They were at school when this incident happened. Nobody broke into the house. Nobody entered the house before the lady was killed or before she died. So it's a mystery. Who did it? We don't know. You know. Anyway, so we're kind of building up towards Halloween night, but of course Jake runs to his bedroom. Chucky's there, and he starts fighting with Chucky and says, "What did you do?" And Chucky says, "I did not kill her. It was an accident. I have bigger fish to fry. I have bigger plans for you and I did not kill her. It was an accident. Accidents happen." Now, he didn't technically kill her, but he slapped her, she fell, and then the knives were there. He probably set the knives up. So he did. But he's lying to Jake. He's manipulating him. He's working on Jake, right? And Junior overhears some sort of noises coming from Jake's bedroom, right? And well, anyway, Chucky and Jake have a fight. Chucky hits Jake. This is where, for the first time, I feel like, oh, okay, this is getting mean. So anyway, we hear a huge hit. We don't see Chucky hit Jake. But anyway, fast forward to Halloween night. Lexi and her little sister, the little tiny sister, who seems to be autistic, or she has some sort of comportamental attitude of some sorts, because the parents are very concerned about her. And we see her little sister drawing Chucky, and she drew Chucky perfectly. And the mother and father, who are already dressed as, I think she was dressed as Marie Antoinette, and the father is somebody else. The mother is the mayor of the city. So they're super happy that, you know, they have all that power. They're going to the party, and they look at the drawing of Lexi's sister and they say, "Wow, this is amazing. You're so good, honey." And she says, "Yeah, I like Chucky a lot. I hope Chucky likes me." And they say, "Wow, you even remember Chucky's name. Would you like us to ask Jake to bring Chucky to make you, you know, to let you meet Chucky?" She says, "I don't know if he's going to like me." They say, "Why wouldn't he like you? He's just a doll." Lexi says, "Well, I got to get ready." You know, Lexi's annoyed that the parents are giving all the attention to her smaller sister. She wants to go to the Halloween party, and the parents say, "You're not going. You got to take care of your little sister. We're going out for the Halloween party as mayor and first husband." And there's some interview they have to do as well. And so you are going to stay here and take care of your little sister. Lexi's super annoyed by this, obviously, spoiled as she is. She runs off. The little sister keeps drawing Chucky. Back to the Wheeler house. Junior is going down the staircases. Junior is dressed up like his dad. His dad is putting a lot of pressure on him to perform, to be an athlete, to be the best athlete there is. He, at the beginning of the episode, tells Junior, "Hey, step up your proteins. Your protein intake has to be higher. You gotta get ready for those finals or whatever sportive activity he has to do. You gotta be the best. You gotta be the first, just like I was when I was your age." So we see the pressure on Junior. So Junior, for Halloween, dresses up as his dad, borrowing all the medals that his dad won when he was a teenager. He said, "My Uber is here. I'm leaving now." And the dad says, "Well, where's Jake?" And Junior's so annoyed that they always keep asking about Jake, that the priority always seems to be Jake. So he just leaves, steps into the Uber, and goes. Jake comes down the staircase. His uncle and aunt look at him and say, "Wow, your makeup is impeccable." Practically, Jake has a black eye. We know that's not makeup. In fact, Jake looks at them for a second and doesn't understand what do they mean with makeup. And then he realizes, oh, the black eye. Well, so he goes along with the charade and says, "Oh yeah, that's my makeup." It was Chucky who hit him. And he said, "I changed my mind. I'm not going anymore to the Halloween party." Now, at this point, his aunt and uncle, the uncle is sure that he wants to keep Jake with him. The aunt is starting to doubt it. The aunt is starting to plant seeds into the uncle and tell him, "Hey, maybe we should not keep Jake with us. Maybe we don't know how to deal with a gay kid." And, no. Maybe somebody else is better equipped to deal with it. Of course, the uncle says, how dare you? No, 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 no. While they're conversing about other things, not this, Jake runs down the staircase again and says, where's Chucky? And they say, what do you mean? He's like, he's missing. He's not in my room anymore. Okay, I've changed my mind. I'm going to the Halloween party, because he knows that Chucky wants to kill Lexi. Now that Chucky escaped, Jake changes his mind and also wants to go to the party, because even though Lexi is the biggest bully, he still doesn't want Chucky to kill her. So he walks through the neighborhood. We have this wonderful scenario in the darkness of Halloween, kids trick-or-treating, simple costumes, but so deliciously styled. Everything is impeccably Halloween. And we see Chucky, the cutest little scene ever. He is wearing the Hello Kitty mask with the poked out eyeballs. It's a dead Hello Kitty. So Chucky has a Hello Kitty mask, and he's kind of wobbling with his little nuggets, because he got these little nuggets. He's like, walking around with the Hello Kitty mask, and a little bag of where he goes with which he goes trick or treating with, and Jake is behind him but doesn't see him and veers to another side while Chucky kind of evades, and alas, they separate. Jake does not find Chucky. Chucky is looking for the party. Where is this party where Lexi's going to? So he goes to a house with his little Hello Kitty adorable, by the way, the cutest thing ever. He is so cute. I mean, how is it even possible? Anyway, he goes up to the porch of one of these houses. A lady opens up, sees him. I mean, he's super tiny, so she thinks he's a kid. He says, trick or treat, he said, but lady, if you tell me something, I might give you a treat. If you don't tell me something, I might give you a trick. She says, okay, well, what do you want? He says, well, where is the big Halloween party happening tonight? She's like, aren't you a little bit too small for that? He's like, I might just give you a trick. She says, okay, well, the party is down the block somewhere, blah, blah, blah. He says, oh, thank you. I'm going to give you a treat. He grabs into his little pumpkin trick-or-treat bag or satchel and gives her a green apple. Now, here we have a little flashback to the beginning of the episode. I didn't want to say it at the beginning. I'm saying it now because it's connected to this apple. We have a flashback to 1965 when Charles Lee Ray was still a human being as a child. He was a small kid and he went trick-or-treating and he brought back a lot of candy, and amongst the candy was also a green apple. He lifts the green apple, looks at it, and sees that there is a razor inside of the apple. So that means that in his city, there is another serial killer or somebody who wants to harm children. And he sees the razor poking out of the apple. And you would think as a child, as an innocent child, that he would throw that apple away. No, instead, what does he do? He pricks himself on it, he puts his finger on it, starts bleeding, and then he takes the apple and chews the razor and starts bleeding out of his mouth. And that's kind of the flashback to 1965, back to real time. Now he gives the lady an apple. We don't see a razor in the apple, but we connect the dots. He gave her the green apple and he's off to the party. In the meanwhile, Chucky has found his way to the party and is looking for Lexi. Lexi has arrived to the party as well. Well, she was there from the get-go. But Junior arrives to the party and is looking for her, finds her in a bedroom, and she's still not dressed. And he said, what are you going to wear? She's like, wouldn't you like to know? Be patient. He's like, I have no patience. I want it now. And then she says, oh, come to daddy. And then she kind of wants to have, sex with him. So they start making out on the bed. While all of this is happening, Chucky, now we don't know, I don't know why they edited it like this. We don't know how Chucky found his way into the mansion where the party's taking place, but he is in the cellar playing video games with Lexi's sister, the small sister that was drawing Chucky. So we have no clue how he met her. We have no clue how he came to that house. We have no clue how he started talking to the little sister. And we have no clue when they started playing video games. But they are playing run and shoot or shoot and run, whatever video game. There's a lot of blood in that video game. And Chucky and the little sister are talking, and Chucky is asking the sister, like, hey, where's Lexi? How's it going? You know, he tells her, like, your sister is a bitch. We got to kill her. And the little sister is like, no, my mom says it's not nice to be mean and to say nasty words. And then he says, yeah, well, your mother's a bitch. And it's like, it's all a mess. Like, he says, Lexi's on my top priority list to kill because she's mean and she needs to go. And then Lexi's little sister keeps telling Chucky, like, he can't talk like that because her mom says you got to be polite. And then Chucky says, your mom is moving right up on the top of my list. Just keep going. And your mom is going to be on top of that list. So but we have a lot of humor in this terror of a scenario because he keeps throwing puns and jokes, and it's just scary but hilarious at the same time. So then we have cut to Chucky all of a sudden found his way to the bedroom where Lexi and Junior are on the bed making out. How he went up there? No clue. I guess they had issues figuring it out because the whole building or the house is full of kids, trick-or-treaters, everybody's in masks. So how can Chucky kind of run around so tiny as he is and not be seen by anybody? Because mind you, everybody kept telling Jake before the party, hey, come to the party, bring Chucky with you, because we loved what you did at the talent show with Chucky while you were being the ventriloquist of the situation. Now he said, you know, he wasn't the ventriloquist, it was all Chucky. So anyway, Chucky became popular and all the kids told Jake, come to the Halloween party, bring Chucky with you. So could you imagine if Chucky was walking alone through the house? Of course, everybody knew him from the talent show already. They would have picked him up or something. So I guess there is a flaw in the logic here, in the writing. They didn't know how to deal with this issue, so they just avoided, the writers just avoided completely this issue. So Chucky is on the porch of the lady who he gave the apple to. Cut. Chucky is in the basement with the little sister playing video games. We have no clue how he got there. Cut. Chucky is under the bed in the bedroom with Lexi and Junior. We have no clue how he got there. And he has a knife. So from underneath the bed, he tries to stab her and him from underneath the bed. But an unfortuitous, or fortuitous for the kids, turn of events happens, and every time he pokes through the mattress, she's either turning to the side to kiss Junior, or they're stepping up because they're having a sort of a little bit of a fight there because Junior doesn't seem to know how to kiss a girl, really. It's his first time. She's annoyed that he's not really good at it. So they keep kind of moving and turning in the bed, and every time he pokes with his knife, he never stabs them. So there's this kind of whole comedic moment where he's like so upset underneath the bed that he cannot get them. And right when he's about to stab her for real, the door opens, she stands up in the bed and he doesn't stab her yet again. Other people come in and say, what are you doing in the bedrooms? Anyway, so they leave and she says, I'm going to get dressed now. How she gets dressed, when she gets dressed, we do not see that at all. In the meanwhile, Jake arrives into the mansion to the party, is looking for Lexi. Everybody asks, where's Chucky? Where's Chucky? He's like, where's Lexi? They're like, why is everybody looking for Lexi? Why do you want Lexi? And then one of the kids says, oh, she's in this closet. And he finds on his way to the closet, not funny, his little love interest, the kid he's infatuated by, who does the podcast. So they're now looking for Lexi together. The kids push both of them into the closet. It's the kissing closet. They call it the closet of hell. So, you know, you're locked in there for 7 minutes. They're kind of making fun of them like, haha, the two boys are going to make out now. But in reality, the two boys are not making out because Jake is super scared for Lexi. He doesn't want Chucky to keep killing. Also because he knows that everything Chucky does, the blame is going to fall on Jake, because who's going to believe him that there's a killer doll on the loose? So anyway, his love interest looks at the black eye and says, oh my gosh, that makeup. He's like, no, let's not talk about it, whatever. So they're let out after 7 minutes. He rushes into the main atrium or hallway of this building where the party is taking place. And we have the most gruesome scene psychologically ever, because in episode 1, Jake's father is electrocuted. Chucky electrocutes him, and we see his death through electric execution. Oh gosh, really? Dacob. Anyway, so Lexi, That's her costume for Halloween. That little bitch dressed up as Jake's father being electrocuted. So she got a wig with like really like exploding hair all upwards, like electrocuted hair. She has the beard like his dad, the same outfit, the worker outfit that his dad had. And she's in the middle of the room, like shaking like she's being electrocuted, making fun of Jake's loss. His dad, who just passed away a couple of days ago. And there she is dressed as his father dying of electrocution. Electrocution, there you go, that's the word. That's the word. So it is vile and disgusting. It is so disgusting. And the kids are all laughing. You know how evil kids can be. And Jake is shocked. And he turns around to his friend, the podcast friend, and says, the podcast friend is like, well, what's going on? He's like, well, she dressed up as my dying father. So first he leaves, super upset. The other kid runs after him. Then he stops outside and says, you know what? No, I'm not going to let her get away with this. I'm going to show her how it is to be a bully, you know? And then he kind of runs back into the house. At that point, we don't really know what happens. We know that she survives the night. She, again, doesn't have her costume on anymore. She's with Junior. Junior is upset with her. He's angry that she's been such a bitch, even though Junior has his issues with Jake as well. Jake with his, black eye, at some point he's back home with Chucky because he finds Chucky. He finds Chucky in the room where Lexi is with her little baby sister. Chucky's about to kill Lexi from the back, but then Jake comes in, Chuck, and a lot of other kids come in. So Chucky kind of freezes all of a sudden. Jake sees him, takes him. Lexi turns around, sees Chucky, and she says, this doll freaks me out. Why is this doll everywhere I am? So he takes Chucky back home. Now we're back home, back to the Wheeler house. And Junior kind of keeps hearing weird stuff. He thinks that in some way, shape, or form, Chucky... Well, I don't know. He thinks Jake is talking to himself, okay? He's starting to think that Jake is crazy. In the meanwhile, the police officer, the mother of the podcast kid, I have to remember his name, she's asking him like, hey, Jake is, gay, we know, and has he been strange in any sort of way? And then the kid is like, Mom, are you asking me this as a police officer or as a concerned mother? Or are you asking me this because it's your job? And then she says, I'm asking you this for all the reasons, actually, because something is really awkward. He says, what are you talking about? Whatever. So anyway, now we have an issue with the lady, the trick-or-treating lady on the porch, because she called the police because she's bleeding. Now we have this comedic moment where the police are interviewing her and she's bleeding out of her mouth. She's still on her porch. Nobody's helping her. She's gushing blood while she's talking. And it is comedic because she doesn't seem to be in pain. And she describes the kid who gave her the apple with the razor blade. And she said, it's a small kid with red hair. Had a Hello Kitty mask on. Had blue overalls. They could have been denim. Well, we know they're corduroy. But anyway, she thought they were denim. And the police officer, and then the lady says, while she's gushing blood out of her mouth, like, so do you know him? And the police officer lady starts connecting the dots and says, yes, I think I do. I think I do. So we have this moment where we realize that the police officer in episode 2 is starting to connect the dots and thinks, well, Jake couldn't operate from a distance a doll like this. If Jake wasn't there and the doll gave her the apple, something is wrong here. Now, we see in episode 1, Jake Googling, doing a search on internet on Chucky, Child's Play, James Lee Ray, and he finds out that the doll was a killer. There are newspapers from the 80s showing it. So I wonder why the police didn't figure that out either. And if these killings were so famous, and if Charles Lee Ray was the famous murderer of that town where they come from, wouldn't that be the first thing the police would kind of know? Wouldn't the police remember that there was, in the 80s, a killer doll amok, and it was kind of him possessed? I mean, you would do that type of research if you were a cop. That's what I would think. But anyway, they didn't, or not yet. So I guess they can't do their research just yet, because otherwise we wouldn't have a TV show, right? So there are a little bit of some holes in the plot line, but that's okay because the casting is amazing and the story is really cool. The cinematography is amazing. The music is to die for. Literally. Great soundtrack, Don Mancini. So anyway, now we kind of figure out that the police officer's starting to understand, maybe perhaps, what is going on, even though she finds it really hard to believe that there's a killer doll on the loose. And another funny comedic moment, when the cleaning lady who died on the knives in the Wheeler house was picked up by the police asked the Wheeler family if they, and if the kids, or if Junior did not like her. And then the father said, oh no, the cleaning lady was also his nanny. She practically raised him on her own. And of course, his wife is next to him, and the wife looks at him like, how dare you say that in front of me, that I didn't raise my own kid? So the police then asks them, well, how was she? And they say, oh, she was like family to us. She worked for us, but really she was like family. She was cleaning the house and taking care of the kid, but she was like family. And then the police ask the wife, well, okay, well, what's her address? And then the wife says, I don't know. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Well, she lived in the south side of town. And they're like, well, what are her relatives? And then she says, oh, I don't know that either. Oh my gosh, maybe. And then there's this comedic moment where we realize the bourgeoisie of it all, the rich folk that live in their illusions of thinking like, yeah, of course, the cleaning lady's like family, but they don't even know where she lives, how old she was, if she had any children, if she had any family at all. It's like really embarrassing. It's a great moment. I love that Don Mancini built that in. But one interesting point she did mention, she said, well, no, I actually do remember. I think she had a brother, Washington. No, Baltimore. Now, a brother in Baltimore. We do know that in Seed of Chucky, John Waters, who, is famous for living in Baltimore and all of his most famous movies being shot in Baltimore, he was in Seed of Chucky. He was the paparazzi in Seed of Chucky. Now, he does become a victim of Chucky. He does die in Seed of Chucky. But I'm thinking maybe it was a little Easter egg. Maybe that's the brother that passed away, was a paparazzi brother who was John Waters living in Baltimore. Maybe that's him. Maybe they're referencing him. Maybe it's a totally different person. Maybe it's never going to be mentioned again. But I thought very fascinating that they pressed on that point of saying that the cleaning lady's brother is from Baltimore. Fast forward to the end of the episode where Jake is waking up in the middle of the night in his, red room in the Black Lodge scenario. And Chucky is on the bed next to him, sitting upwards, just looking at him all night long. And Jake kind of doesn't seem to be bothered by this anymore. He knows that Chucky is creepy. So Chucky's looking at him and says, so he couldn't sleep, huh? And Jake says, no, it's too much happening. And, his black eye. And Chucky says, I'm sorry, I did that. I'm never going to do it again, Jake. And Jake says, yeah, I've heard that before with, DV, domestic, and then V, you connect the dots. We can't say the certain words, although we can't say other words. YouTube is so weird. But anyway, so he promises him never to hit him again. But Jake says, I've been told that, by his father, by all the bullies, and they just keep hitting him all over and over again. So he's it's really, really sad. Like, Jake is really giving up. He's like, yeah, you're going to hit me again. It's just that's the way my life is, That's kind of what he implies. He doesn't say it with those words, but that's what he implies. And then Chucky starts kind of brainwashing him and saying, something similar to, because Chucky is around whenever the cops are around as a doll. So he listens to whatever people are saying, and he uses words that other people use as well. We have the scenario of the police officer at one point talking when they picked up the dead cleaning lady. He said, putting knives upwards, dangerous. But then again, this world is a dangerous place. A lot of dangerous things happen, crazy people all around. And it's like he called it the Super Bowl of either bad luck or killing or something, like, and we're all sitting in the bleachers or we're all sitting front row or something like that similar. And then at the end of the episode, Chucky uses those same words, but enhances them even more, which makes us think, did he also manipulate the cop, or did he just hear what the cop said and he's kind of using that but adding on top? Basically, he tells Jake, hey, in this world, you either kill or you get killed. Lexi is not going to stop, so we might as well kill her. And then he keeps convincing him that that's the best thing to do. That's the best thing to do. He keeps repeating to him, I'm your best friend till the end, Jake. I'm your only friend. I'm the only person who's there for you. And he he's manipulating him. He's a little parasite, this little creature. So he pulls out of his little pocket here, he has kind of a knife. He has a hole in there, so the knife is dug all the way in. So he pulls out the knife and hands the knife over to Jake and says, Jake, let's do this. Let's kill Lexi. And you have Jake lifting the knife in the middle of the night, and you have the reflection of Chucky's face in the knife. But then as he kind of turns the knife, we see appearing, instead of Chucky's reflection in the knife, in the blade of the knife, we have Jake's face reflecting in the blade of the knife. And we are led to believe that now Chucky has pushed Jake so far to convince him to start killing as well. And that's the end of the episode. Now, I do believe that the little sister is going to be the future killer. Lexi's little sister who loves Chucky. I think Chucky maybe doesn't realize just yet that she's actually the one that he should be manipulating, because she is very, very cold-blooded and susceptible to Chucky. She's attracted by him, literally. But maybe he already is aware of that, and we're just not being told yet how that relationship between Chucky and Lexi's sister is going to pan out. But the episode ends there, and beautifully, masterfully shot, minus a few loopholes in the storytelling, which I forgive because I'm a sucker for Chucky. So there you have it, guys. Subscribe to my channel, thumb up this video if you haven't already. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. I am filming this video live during my Halloween live stream, so I have a couple of chats going on in the live chats. Let me read a couple of them. Jesus says, makes me want to watch this. Before, oh my gosh, you see, I was so excited about this one thing in episode 2. I was so excited about it that I forgot to tell you now. And this was my favorite part. Remember when we were talking about episode 1 and I said, what I love about Don Mancini is that evil isn't always evil and good isn't always good. It's very complicated. And when at the end of the episode, Chucky's sitting on the bed looking at Jake sleeping. Jake wakes up, can't sleep. He has the shiner. And Chucky says, I promise I'm not going to hit you again. And Jake says, yeah, I've heard that one before. Chucky says, no, I understand what you're going through. You being gay and all. And Jake says, what do you know about that? And Chucky says, no, I'm honest. My child is gender fluid. I love, and again, you have Chucky turning from this homicidal maniac into an understanding, supporting figure. It's amazing how Don Mancini keeps flipping. You hate him, you love him. You hate him, and like he was just telling like kill everybody, kill everybody. And now the second thing he's saying is like, yeah, my child is gender fluid. My kid is not a boy or a girl. My kid is gender fluid. I know how it is, and I'm really cool with that. And it's true, because in Seed of Chucky, we are acquainted with Glenn/Glenda, who is his child. And Glenn/Glenda spends the entire movie in Seed of Chucky trying to understand, does Glenn or Glenda want to be a boy or a girl? And of course, I'm not going to spoil to you how that ends, but I am thrilled that Don Mancini, because that movie did kind of flop back then. It's my favorite from the saga, by the way, Seed of Chucky. I'm thrilled that Don Mancini is bringing it back in, that he didn't forget that movie, that he's mentioning Glenn/Glenda. And this brings hope to me, because if Chucky's talking about Glenn or Glenda, I think Glenn/Glenda will appear in the TV show. And boy, oh boy, am I excited for that. I'm so excited for that. I can't even tell you how excited I am for Glenn/Glenda appearing. If that happens, that would be amazing. But it was mentioned, and it was my favorite part of episode 2. I was like so in like, oh my God, the revelation moment. And I forgot to tell you guys, because it was the best part of that episode that I just blacked it out because I was so waiting to tell you. But anyway, so thumb up the video, subscribe to my channel, get the Halloween merch that's available until the 31st of October. I'm actually wearing the Super Dacob Halloween merch right now. The beating heart and the skeleton, the Never Give Up on Love, Never Give Up on Dead Love, Super Dacob Halloween merch. So Jack D says, that'll have people watching that film now, says Jack. Yes, I think referencing Glenn slash Glenda in the TV show and Chucky saying, hey, that's my kid. And I support my child, and I support the fact that my kid is gender fluid, you know, and the fact that Jake is openly gay, and we have like the gay flag in his room. Like now in episode 2, his Twin Peaks room is adapting. It was all empty when he first moved in, and now he hung up the gay flag in there. Like he's proud. And I love the fact that we have that in a horror series. Besides the fact that in a horror series, you know, homosexuality and horror, that's a whole other topic to discuss. And they're very, very connected and intertwined. Horror stories and horror telling with the tribulations and trials and tribulations that homosexuals have to go through on a daily basis. So the fact that Don Mancini is also openly gay and that he touches base on these topics so openly, but in such a clear, definitive, and simple manner is really, really, really great. And it's a very refreshing approach to the whole topic of homosexuality within television and film. Oh, and by the way, even though this is a TV show, the quality of it, cinematographically speaking, it's film quality. You feel like you're watching a movie. It's masterfully shot, masterfully lit and filmed. And I could just keep on talking forever. I mean, there's going to be 10 episodes, so we're just on episode 2. So you best believe I'm going to be blabbering with you every week about every new episode that comes out. Jesus says, serial killer getting his pronouns right. Yes. Serial killer getting a serial killer doll getting their pronouns right. I wonder how Chucky keeps in touch with his kid, says Jack. I hope that we're going to find this out in the series. Hopefully in season 2. Hopefully there will be a season 2. Jack says everything has loopholes now. Oh my God, they finally confirmed it in words. Love that. Yes, Jack, they confirmed it in words, but loopholes. It's not like Don Mancini had control over every movie in the saga, so there are some loopholes, there are some loose ends. It's kind of hard to connect all the movies together. There are some discrepancies in the logic, but he's trying to weave it all together, and it's okay. I mean, you can't see Chucky. We don't know how Chucky made it into the cellar with the kid playing video games, how he made it into the bedroom under the bed with the knife. But it is what it is. The scenes that we have with him are just incredible. You do feel like there's a bit of CGI with his facial movement from time to time, but most of it is done with puppeteering and puppetry. So it is really, really beautiful to see Chucky actually as a doll, just like he is now. You know, this is a kind of a one-to-one prop of Chucky from Child's Play 2 /1, including the little shoes and nuggets. But you could check out the review of this little fella and the unboxing also of the seed of Chucky, also available on Totally Dacob, my channel. I'll link it down below, or I'll just put it in the card section up above. So there you have it, guys. You look magnificent, Dacob, says Sharon Cole. Thank you so much, Sharon. Serial killer getting pronouns. Oh, Glenn or Glenda. Aisha, I know you watched it. You loved it too, right? So there you go. Sharon Cole says, I love that one. Which one do you... Oh, Seed of Chucky. And I do hope that people are going to watch Seed of Chucky. It's a great movie. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know what you think about Chucky the series in the comment section down below. And let me know what you thought about episode 2 as well. I would love to hear your thoughts. Until next time, never forget to never give up on Child's Play love. Bye. So you guys, we're back into the live stream of things. Now, let me show you something. This is the manor. This is the haunted Dacob Manor. There are little people living in here. The lights turn on, and then they turn off, and then they turn on again. It's a spooky little place. It's a haunted little tiny place with little people in there. Oh, you like the t-shirt, Sharon? Thank you so much. By the way, merch is available only another 10 days, and then it's gone, more or less 10 days, until the 31st of October. So this is the Never Give Up on Love, the deadly version of it. t-shirt. And we got the mansion. Look how cute this little mansion is, where I live. So this is the haunted mansion that we are in, darlings. And we're moving on to the next segment. Did you enjoy the Edgar Allan Poe poem at the beginning? Kira says dream house. Yeah, this is my dream house too. Oh, Sharon, yes, I know you have the t-shirt. Thank you so much for getting one. Yeah, it's very Tim Burton. Although, it's a bit different than just Tim Burton, I want to say, because it's a very interesting, because they built it out of wood and rocks and stones. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Alu. Oh. We are entering the mansion with all the lights. Well, you can't really see the lights because it's very overlit here, but you can see a little bit the reflection. So now they're off, now they're on, now they're off, now they're on. Okay, that's fine. Now, let me tell you. Moving on. So did you like the Edgar Allan Poe moment? Loved the poem. Gonna look it up, says Jack Dean. All right. We are moving to the next poem. And it's not a poem, it's a short story. I'm going to read to you. You know, the cool thing about Edgar Allan Poe is that he is copyright free because it was written so long ago. This is in public domain, you guys. It's so beautiful that we can actually read Edgar Allan Poe, that everybody can read it publicly. It's just amazing. And I think what better time than Halloween to read Edgar Allan Poe. Are you ready for one more story, you guys? Oh, Lily Bumpy said, I missed the poem. Was it Ulalum? No, it was The Dreamer or The Sleeper. Wait, what was that? I read The Sleeper was the first poem I read. Now I want to read to you guys. Let me just take another sip. Cleanse the palate. Hey, Just Yopping. Welcome, welcome. Edgar Allan poem. Yes, right, Gary? All right, you guys. Are you ready to move on to the spookiness of it all? We got glow-in-the-dark spiders waiting for Halloween. I can actually put them in my hair for this. All right. I'm gonna read to you guys now. It was The Sleeper. Yes, Jack. I have the complete works in one volume, says Debbie. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, are you ready? This is an oldie, but goodie. And I think most people who know Edgar Allan Poe know this one. It has been turned into theater pieces. It has been turned into short films, movies, shows, series, whatever. But here we go. Gary says Spider Queen, right? Oh, we're just at the beginning of the propping of it all, as you see. So, now, I will read to you on this fateful countdown to Halloween, morning, day, or night, depending where you are. However it may go, there is fright on a night. The Telltale Heart. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous. I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed nor dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object, there was none. Passion, there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold, I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture. A pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded. With what caution. With what foresight. With what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it. Oh, so gently. So gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out. And then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening, so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern, cautiously. Oh, so cautiously. Cautiously. For the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights. Every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. You see, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, now, as if he were startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. No. His room was as black as pitch with a thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. And in the meantime, I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening. Just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh, no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening, with its dreadful echo, the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and I pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise. When he had turned in the bed, his fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he has been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. The vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And now have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, and I say louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise that this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder and louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped onto the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head, as one does, and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary of that. A tub had caught it all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek, had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused, information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things, but ere long, I felt myself getting pale, and I wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ear. But still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and it gained definitiveness until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased. And what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes. You know, when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key, and with violence, violent gesticulations. But the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh, God! What could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting, and I grated it upon the boards. But the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder and louder and louder. And still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. And was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no. They heard. They suspected. They knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark, louder, and louder, and louder, and louder. Villains, I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here it is. The beating of his hideous heart. Edgar Allan Poe, January of 1843. That was the Telltale Heart, one of the most famous short stories by Edgar Allan Poe. So I hope you've enjoyed it. What say you in the comment section? Thumb up this video if you liked it thus far. And the spookiness of it all, the deadliness of it all. We love to carry our dead around, don't we? You with your ugly eye. Jack says fascinating. Debbie says guilt. Gary says, what is that noise? It must be the neighbor's dog. Yes, it's always the neighbor's dogs. Jack says, the heart. The heart. Hello, Holy Grace. Welcome. Welcome to the spooky live stream. Mrs. Blue says, oh, good Lord, the eyeballs, right? Opal Unicorn says, wow, Dacob, prop game in on point. Thank you so much. Yes. I'll have a look. Busy night. Hey, thank you, Audrey. Well, Rachel Jackson, come on, props. Thank you, Rachel. You know, I do everything to entertain you on Halloween. Rachel says, yes, Telltale, this and Mask of the Red Death is everything. Rich Mitch says, this is the Telltale Heart. Yeah, that it is. Wonderful, says Jack. Thank you so much. Letty says, brilliant, Dacob. Thank you, everybody. So I hope you've enjoyed the Telltale Heart. If you have, thumb up this video and listen to it over and over again if you want to keep getting spooked. And until next time, never forget to never give up on spooky love. Love you all. See you soon. Take care. Bye. So that was another little tidbit that we filmed for you guys. Let me turn on the air conditioning because I am dying from heat, literally. So how's everybody doing? Great reading, Dacob. Enjoyed it. Thank you so much, Mrs. Blue. Rachel says, and you gave what you was supposed to give, honey. Thank you, Rachel. Loved it. My favorite is the cliche raven. Gary says, Rich Mitch says, Dacob, don't freak out, but there's a spider in your hair. Rich Mitch, don't you freak out, but there's 2 spiders in my hair, and they glow in the dark. Or should I say, Sharon Cole says, bravo. Thank you, guys. Now, moving on. I love the Raven too, although it's been done to death. Well, I mean, Edgar Allan Poe has been done to death, literally. But so much analysis to be done on that particular story. Yes. And I didn't want to go into it. And of course, you know, there's this guy who admits to killing a dude. And he's like the whole time trying constantly to tell us he's not crazy. You think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I really killed him and I'm completely sane. And I wanted to kill him. Why? Because he can't stand his eyeball, the vulture eye. So there's this like very fascinating analysis. And we never get to know who he was. It seems like he was a servant of some kind of the older man, but we don't even know that. We know nothing. And yet we have this obsession, constant obsession, description of obsession. So hey Iris, how's it going, sweetie? I live for a glow in the dark moment, right? Yes, queens. Now, you know, we have our live streams, Countdown to Halloween, on Totally Dacob. And here's a little bit of news for you guys. Next week, Sunday, is Halloween. So we will have one more live stream on Totally Dacob next Wednesday. Then on Saturday, on the main channel, there will be a slightly shorter live stream, not 12 hours. I'm going to try to keep it 6 to 7. Why? Because on Sunday is Halloween. So on Sunday, we will be live streaming from the main channel, the Halloween party. So basically the live stream that usually happens on a Saturday, we're going to do a shorter version on Saturday and another shorter version on Sunday for Halloween. So actually there's 3 live streams to look forward to next week. It's going to be Halloween countdown live stream with another special topic on Wednesday on Totally Dacob. Then on the main channel, Saturday, regular live stream where we pre-record the videos for the upcoming weeks. And then but a shorter version of it. And then on Sunday, we return to celebrate Halloween in costume. I have been working on doing the Skype connection, which didn't work out with the cameras. Fingers crossed, you will be able to call in with your camera, and then I will be blending you in here. And you will be, hold on, you will be here next to me, talking, dressed up. It's not going to be a costume competition. It's just you wear whatever you want to wear. It's just to celebrate it together. There is no competition in the fashion bunker, okay? So, on the 20th, which is today, we have a live stream. Then we have this Saturday on the 23rd, regular live stream on the main channel. Next week, October 27th, 2021, live stream on Totally Dacob, countdown to Halloween. Then Saturday, 30th of October, shorter live stream on the main channel. And then on Sunday, October 31st, 2021, the live stream, the Halloween live stream on the main channel. Alrighty, so that's the information. Now, here's a little something. I'm going to eat a little chip. But before I eat a little chip, we're going to try to do the call-in now. I tried it last Saturday. It didn't work. I'm going to try to do it now again, you guys. So, who is ready to call in? Hold on, you guys. Before I do any of that, I cannot find my Skype. This is good. This is a doozy. Oh, here I am. Okay. I'm going to post a link in the chat now. This is the active link for you to join me backstage in the waiting room. And then from there, I will link you to here. And you will appear in the haunted manor. So you are going to be partaking in the haunting of Dacob Manor. All right. There you go. Let me put my little headphones on. This is a test, you guys. Let's see if it works, because it didn't work last time. Who wants to call in? I downloaded Skype on a new tablet. Don't know how to use it anymore. Oh no, Debs. You don't need Skype. You just got to click on the link. If you open the link in a browser, if you open the link I just posted in the chat in a browser, like Chrome, then you will be, you will be directed. Okay, so the joining link is allowed on my end. It seems to be working this time, you guys, better than last Saturday when we had the epic fail. So who wants to call in, darlings? Okay. Everybody's too scared, huh? Don't be scared. I don't bite. My gosh, when I put these earphones inside, I can't hear myself. I can't hear anything. Okay, I'm gonna need more than just yays, you guys. 'Cause nobody wants to go. Is everybody that scared? Oh, Jack, that's perfect. Weird ass makeup is the best thing ever. And Rachel is in the bathtub. Well, it has to be YouTube friendly, obviously. Why is everybody in the bath? Audrey's in the bath too. I guess the spooky stories make you all want to take a bath, huh? Gary said, I totally disabled my camera and mic. I'm paranoid, lol. Oh my gosh, really? All right. I mean, I want to test the camera. Yeah, Audrey, that's the whole point. Okay. Oh, I have Debbie. Okay. So, hold on. Debbie, can you hear me? Perfect. Alrighty, let's cue in Debbie. Let's see if this works. Hold on, Debs. I'm queuing you in. I just got to figure out how to... Okay, wait. So let me... Okay. Oh, Jack is in the house too. So we have Jack and Debbie. Okay, wait. Hold on. So first I have to now disable the link so we can let Debbie and Jack join in. And then nobody else can join in, you know, because otherwise people are going to keep floating in. So I disabled the link now. And so I wonder if two people can join at the same time or just one. Hold on. We're just testing this out, you guys. All right. I disabled the link and I have you two in the waiting room. In the Manor waiting room, darling. And I see Debbie is very much Edgar Allan Poe-ish with Michael Myers on the t-shirt. Or is that a crew neck? And Jack is in the middle of a makeup seance worthy of all best warlocks. Okay, so hold on, you guys. I'm just cropping everybody. This is going to be so exciting because when I cue you both in, all three of us will be talking at the same time together. I just don't hear Jack. I hear Debbie, but I don't hear Jack. Jack, can you say something? Okay, I can hear you, but really muffled. Like the... No, Debbie I can hear, but Jack is muffled. Hold on. Oh, I can only queue in one for now? Darn. Hold on, you guys. All right. Well, then let's queue in Debbie. And Jack, I think... Oh, there you are. Wait, I can see... And then we're going to queue in Jack after Debbie. I don't know why I can't queue in both. But we're making progress, you guys, because...
I heard Jack.
Is this better?
Okay, you guys, so this is how it's going to work. Whoever speaks is seen on screen. So let's say if Jack says something, it activates you. And if Debbie says something, it activates her. So you're both going to appear according to who talks, because then it's going to register you guys. Okay, let's do this.
Horrible.
We're here. Oh, wait, let me just do one. And I'm going to have some chips.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do you guys see everybody? Oh, look, Nicole says gorgeous Jack. So Jack, darling, I'm eating a chip while you're doing makeup. Very Halloween.
No, my lips are white.
Put on some lipstick.
No, thank you. Well, I was going to do like a black heart. So complicated.
Oh, you're going to do a heart? Oh, you're going to do like the Queen of Hearts from Alice in Wonderland?
Yeah, but in black.
Yeah. So you're going to do that at the end, right? After you're done with everything else? Yeah, I also... Yeah.
I think so. Got gold eyes.
Wait, hold on. So if Debbie says something, does Debbie appear or Debbie say something?
I said something. Am I appearing?
No, you're not appearing. Oh, yes, you are. There you are now. Haha, you guys.
I am here.
This is so Halloween. Very Edgar Allan Poe, darling. Oh, the mystery. Wait, are you wearing your Dolce & Gabbana breathing mask?
No, I'm disgusted with it.
Debbie, you should talk because I'm testing the microphone. I just want to see if it works. So just keep talking a little.
Okay, I'll keep talking. What would you like to know? I may have COVID. That's my life. I don't know. Hello. Goodbye. Hello.
And try not to use those keywords
You
that
like my
YouTube
hair?
doesn't like. You say lockdown. You
Okay,
might
I
have the
may have.
lockdown syndrome.
I might.
Really? Did you get tested?
I don't think so. No, but I know I was exposed possibly.
Oh
I don't
gosh.
know.
Fingers
I'm
crossed,
okay.
Debs. Think positive. Think positive thoughts. Now the connection seems no, okay, Debbie's connection seems to work. How was the weather? Talked about the weather in Alaska.
It was 40 degrees yesterday, Fahrenheit. The snow really hasn't come that much. It melted. It's unusual. It's too warm for October. We should have blizzards and several feet of snow right now, but we don't. Global warming.
But you do have, because I saw pictures, like you do have snow from time to time.
Oh, it flurries, but most of it melts because it gets too warm. We never see 50-degree weather in October. This is unusual.
Can you see the chats, Debs? Mimi says, Debbie, you're famous now. And Sharon says, beautiful
No.
hat, fabulous. Audrey
Oh,
says,
thank you.
Debbie is
I was
really
given
clear
this-
and the
Yes,
audio
yes.
jack keeps breaking up. So we have to figure out if this is a Mac or a PC issue.
It's because I have really bad Wi-Fi at the moment, so it's just my
I
problems.
can't-
Okay, Jack has bad Wi-Fi. But I mean, maybe it's a Wi-Fi issue. Could be. Yeah, it's not on our end. Yeah, it's not
it's
on our
definitely
end
a
because
Wi-Fi
on
issue.
our end here in the bunker, the connection with Debbie works. So it's definitely, Jack, I think your internet isn't the best.
It's horrible internet. I hate it.
Hey guys, are we still in like Mercury retrograde?
I don't know, but it is.
It's a full moon. Oh, there was also a full moon in the Chucky on Halloween. In the Halloween episode, it was a full moon. So today was a full moon when the show aired. Woo.
The heinous of it all.
Oh, Audrey says Jack's voice isn't synced or moving much. Such a shame. All right. Well, Jack, hold on. Let me try to take you out. Poor Jackie. But I gotta do that because we gotta test this out. So, if the bad internet connection, when we stop that, let's see how it then functions with Debbie. Okay, Jack? All right. Removing from call now. The warlock is going back to makeuping.
Jack.
All right, now we got Deb. Oh, I got a spider jumping on me. We got Debbie in the house.
Debbie's in the house. She's in the bunker.
All right. Okay, so now it's working. So, okay, Debbie, tell us a joke.
My life.
Okay, maybe. maybe more than 2 words. That's the shortest joke in the world.
Yeah, it is. I don't know a joke. I'm barely on half a cup of coffee. I'm not all hopped up on yerba mate.
Oh my God, I need some too. Okay, well then tell me, what would your scent of the day be?
Nothing. I woke up and turned on your live chat. Nothing yet.
And what are you feeling like wearing today?
I don't even know. I don't know anything.
Oh, Emilio's joining now. He's like, who did I miss? Jack.
I did purchase a perfume that Emilio recommended
You missed
last
Jack.
night, though.
Mrs. Blue says, pity I didn't work so well for Jack. Would love to see his finished look.
Jack looks awesome always.
Yeah, I need you to keep talking because I'm testing the audio. That's why.
Okay.
So, okay, fine. Tell me,
Okay.
in this whole past
Who's
week,
this
how
boy?
many... What was yesterday, the day before? Yeah, the whole week, your perfumes, the whole week. Go. That's enough topics to talk about for at least 2 minutes.
I've been using samples. I have tried Santal 33 for La Labo. I have tried some little bottle that I'm not sure what it was. I thought it was L'air de Temps. I found it at a thrift store, a little tiny L'air de Temps by Nina Ricci. What else? Oh, Lady Gaga fame, because I'm trying to get rid of the bottle. I'm embarrassed.
I have no comment on that.
Of course you don't. Neither do I, other than saying it. You wanted honesty? I gave
Just
you
flush
honesty.
that shit down the toilet, darling.
Well,
No, it's...
the bottle's kind of cool to
Oh,
keep.
please, just buy an egg.
No, I like the claws.
Okay. Okay, what else? What else? What else?
Oh, Dave. That's
You like the claws?
what else did I
If you
wear?
like the
Well,
claws, you get one of those eggs that have already been impregnated, and then the claw is gonna come out. The chicken is gonna come out as we're gonna have a claw and an egg. Fertilized egg.
why buy something else when I already have it?
Oh, fine. Okay, what else?
I don't know. I do keep notes on my perfumes though. I know what I wore at any time this year and any
Yeah.
day. You could ask me, what were you wearing on June 22nd? And I could probably look it up and tell you.
That's amazing.
No, I'm crazy. See?
I mean, yeah, as I see. Well, I mean, I remember also what I wore more or less, but the thing is, I go through so many perfumes a day that I can't. It's like, for me, it's like 10, 15 of, what am I supposed to do? I can't remember every day. It's always like
Oh,
it's a blur.
I know what else was in that small collection. There was, I had to look up what it was. Body Shop. It was from the Body Shop. It's called Lemon Tea. And there was a tiny little bottle of the Liz Claiborne. I haven't tried that yet, but I saw that and then I said, okay, Dacob said that one was good. So
Yeah, Liz Claiborne.
we'll grab this for less than $3.
Yeah, that's a good one. Let's open up, let me open up the lines, you guys, if somebody wants to join in now, because I've tested the audio. Now I'm allowing the joining link. So the link has already been printed in the chats. You can click on that link now to join us, and you will be added into the waiting line. Well, actually, no, at this point not, because you'll be right in with us, because Debbie's already in. So the lines are open for our next callers who wants to join the spookiness of it all. Come join the haunting of Dacob Manor. As you can see, we got spirits all over the place while we're eating chips.
Spirits.
I actually wanted to do my nails.
Spiritus.
Oh, spiritus. Oh, ooh, you manifested a little Liz Claiborne spirit.
Yes. Very little. So somebody tell me. I know we have is this L'air du Temps? It's empty now. Was it?
No, I think that's Chloe.
That's Chloe?
This is Chloe.
It says parfum, so it's really old. It's got to be
Yeah, no,
old.
that's not L'air du Temps. No, it's Chloe.
I didn't think so because they have doves, right?
Yeah, they have those birds. Yeah, that's Chloe.
Okay. Well, it was interesting what was left of it. Who is here? Who is here?
A ghost.
I will take you for I'll show you who's in here.
We have an apparition.
Who's
We have
in
an
here?
apparition. Oh my gosh! The merch, you guys! Check out the Super Dacob Fashion Bunker merch all over the world. We are multiplying like the plague. Love it. Debbie.
It's in the closet.
Of course it's in the closet. Of course it is. Like, it's the way we love it most. Oh. It's in the closet. It's an apparition. It's an apparition. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jesus says
Aisha.
that's right. It's Chloe. The perfume is Chloe.
Okay. Thank
There you
you.
go.
Grazie.
We have spirits floating around. Anybody else wants to call? Oh, Aisha is in the house. Start talking and you'll be cued in. Aisha, why can't I hear you?
Speak. Speak from the grave.
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Okay, so the
Yes.
mic settings. So you've unmuted yourself. You should be appearing when you speak. Appear, spirit, Aisha. Appear, the spirit of Aisha, and does it start talking? And you have to talk. Aisha, if you don't talk, you won't appear.
Hello.
Yes, I can
Can you
hear
hear?
you, but for some reason you're not appearing on.
Yes, we can hear you.
Debbie is struggling with
We can
that.
hear you.
Hello.
Debbie's moving around.
Okay, I don't know why Aisha is not appearing in the.
I hear her.
An impression of a ghost with my cardigan.
Looks fabulous, darling.
I'll
Now,
speak. Can you hear me?
yes, there you are. We see you. Hey, Aisha, I'm eating a chip in your honor.
Oh, right.
Your microphone keeps coming on and off.
Am I?
You're pulling that book interview on us again because your microphone was going on. Your microphone was going on and off in that moment too.
There you go.
Oh my God, you got the Dolce & Gabbana face mask, Debbie. That looks amazing.
Ah. Oh, thank you. I hope it's.
Guys, this is Debbie's Dolce & Gabbana face mask. Stay
Tell them how it came, Jacob.
Stay safe out there, you guys, and always wear fashionable face masks.
It came in a plastic
you.
bag, like from Amazon.
Yeah, I
Remember?
know. I know. They did not put any packaging effort into it whatsoever.
Very nice.
Oh, just this beautiful ladies on screen. Nicole says, there she is.
Aisha's hair is magnificent.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I've never seen you so fluffy. Very 80s.
Oh, you got a perm. That's right. No?
Aisha, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. So I had both things on. So I was hearing both. But I think I've
Okay,
worked it out.
so the
now.
question is it a
Gosh.
perm or is it your natural hair?
This is my natural hair.
It's amazing.
Wow. It is amazing.
So it's quite big. But yeah. They used to call me Kate Bush when I was little.
It's amazing. It looks amazing. I'm living for the bushiness.
Thank you. Yeah, this is the natural thing. So
It's like we're
yeah.
going into the 70s and into the 80s at the same time.
Oh, the other person that I used to get called is Chaka Khan.
Oh, really? That's also cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and
I
it's
see
actually
that.
thinned out as I've got older.
I mean, you're giving me also Diana Ross vibes right now.
Oh, I'll take that one. I'll definitely take that one.
Kira says, love the accent. J-
I didn't realize I had one, but
Jizza says, love the hair. Audrey loves the curls.
Yeah, it takes me a while to control it, but it's being wild today.
But it's so beautiful when it's wild. I think
Thank you
it really
so
it suits you. It suits you so well. It's so
Oh,
it's like it is what it is. Batches, my hair, my rules.
yeah, it has a life of its own.
Jonna Oates says, I love your hair. And
Oh.
Mimi, I think Mimi Bell said before, loves the mask, Debbie's mask. Sharon loves the hair. Gary says, I'm trying to place accents and my brain is exploding, says Gary.
Well, that's why I was asking Gary about his trip up north soon, because I'm a Mancunian and I know he plans to visit the city at some point soon to go to a girl encounter.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the reason behind my question. Yeah.
Wild is good, says Kira. You sound like from Yorkshire.
It'll be the War of the Roses if you say that.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't. Okay, so you're not
more of a
synced.
Lancashire.
That I can't do anything about that though. You're not synced.
I'm not synced.
No, I have to try another method.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me try to unplug my headphones and do the audio like I do it with iPad calls, but this is going to be a mess. Okay, I'm unplugging it now. All right, you guys. Okay.
Are you still here?
Yes, you are. I just
Yes.
unplugged my headphones. Now, basically, what you say goes through my microphone. So maybe now you're going to be more synced, but the audio might not be as good then because the microphone is what it is, you know. Hold on. Okay, so talk a little and let's see. Let me test the mic. So say something, Aisha. What is your parfum of the day and night time?
So today I've been wearing Bel Respiro, and I've had some little samples on my desk. I think I've had Queer Beluga, which was the Guerlain sample that I got, and I've been wearing that a little bit, but I didn't find it very long lasting. I think the Bel Respiro. Oh, and I also have a little spray of 31 Rue Cambon this morning as well, because I got one of my old scarves out of the drawer and I could smell something of the DNA of Les Exclusives on the shawl, on the scarf, and I was like, right, that is what I need to go for today, because I just needed to be surrounded by that, and I work from home all day, so I have various different perfumes going on, but I have been quite obsessed with Natari de Soleil after your recommendation, because it's such a sort of unusual fragrance, and I feel like it's going to be, you make new memories with a fragrance because it's so unlike anything that I've got in my collection. It's unlike anything that I've got before. So it's one of them that's going to, remind me of it's just got not really got any associations with it. But I was thinking, colour palette of the perfume is a little bit like the film Three Women, which you recommended to me to watch, and it's got that kind of soft, hazy, kind of ambery golden, and kind of stripped back, and it was making me think of that film. But I do love the way that you do that, the way that you talk about like the visual, the colour palettes of films and the atmosphere, and then you talk about the perfumes as well. So that was my little thing that I was going to get round to letting you know about how I was feeling about that perfume, because I absolutely love it.
It's so amazing and it changes. And it's interesting that they mentioned 3 women. I mean, yeah, perfumes have 3 stages, right? Top note, mid note, base note, but like that one really changes. Really changes. Like when you apply it is very different from what you get in the dry down when the honey kicks in.
It's amazing. Absolutely love it. There aren't that many girl encounters in the UK anymore, as many as there used to be. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there aren't. Yeah, there used to be, but they just they phase them out. I mean, there are a lot of these newer brands now, if you think about it, that are taking up the floor space in a lot of shops. You know, what are they called? That one with the like Huda and by Terry and people like that, like the more modern brands, but like the heritage ones. Yeah,
Huda Beauty and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you know. So, but that's kind of infiltrating and some of the other stuff, but it's fine. I don't mind going out and looking for it and having that special occasion, and you know, so I'm actually going out sort of shopping for the day next Friday, and there's going to be a girl encounter there, so I'm going to be having a look at the other ones.
Okay, so I went to Guerlain the other day. Well, I mean, we're on Totally Dacob now, so maybe I should be filming. Well, this is all a test. I don't know if the quality is going to be good enough to post on Essentially Dacob, but we're not filming. Maybe I should just start filming while I'm testing all of this. So we're talking perfumes on Essentially Dacob while we're counting down to Halloween, you guys. Welcome, subscribe to my channel, yada yada. Thumb up the video. We're here with Aisha, lovely lady, also a perfume lover and connoisseur de jour, and Debbie. Debbie's in the background, but she's going to pop up when she says something. It's all like kind of mixing. Now, hello, darling. Hello. So what happened? A little tidbit of information. So I actually won a perfume that I ordered that was supposed to arrive by today, and I was actually supposed to originally review it during this live stream and then upload it to Essentially Dacob. Did not arrive yet, but I went to Guerlain the other day because I was hunting down Shalimar Millésime, which is a new flanker, which was just released a short while ago. And it's sold out online. Guerlain online doesn't have it. The perfumeries that I usually go to, none of them have them. So I thought, let me go to the main Guerlain counter that I know, which is that same counter that also gives me all those special, freebies that invited me to this flower arrangement thing. And I arrived there and I say, hey guys, I know that just a short while ago, you released Shalimar Millésime. And they said, oh, Dacob, forget it. That was gone in one day. We only received 6 bottles and they were all gone the first day. And I'm like, why would they make so little? Like, they're launching a brand new flanker and nobody has it. So I think it has to do with these raw materials that are missing. And I mean, they're really trying this tincture exclusive stuff with their vanilla and the alcohol. And I guess it just didn't have enough. They produced what they could produce and it's gone. And they don't know if they're going to produce another batch. Isn't that weird? So I'm like, wow, now I want it even more because obviously you can't get it.
Well, I don't think it's weird. I think it's the weirdest things right now.
What is the weirdest thing?
Yeah, the way of things, I think you said, did you, Deb?
Yes. It's the way of things.
It's the way of things, and they've been announcing also, I've been like, I'm all over YouTube and reading up on things, and they said, yeah, because of the lockdown and everything, the whole situation with deliveries and there's not enough people working the boats, driving the cars, delivering, factories are closed in Asia, raw goods. So there's going to be a lot of shortages, and I know that Debbie was already stocking up. Very clever. Debbie already started stocking up months ago. And it's hitting more and more and more countries worldwide, you guys. And I mean, I'm not just talking about, we won't have our favorite perfumes. We won't have our favorite food. That's the problem.
My hallway has ketchup and tomato sauce in it right now.
You're stocking up on tomato sauce?
My hallway. You have to see this. I have ketchup and tomato sauce in my hallway. Let's see if I can even show this.
I hope it's still in its containers and not just splattered around for Halloween.
Dacob.
Debbie's building a horror scene for Halloween. She's like, yeah, I stocked up on ketchup for the past 4 months and I splattered it all over the hallway for Halloween.
Wow.
Okay, well,
Let's go.
good.
Ketchup.
So basically you've stocked up on sugar. Good.
No, tomatoes.
But it's sugar, dude. It's like full of sugar.
Salt, ketchup.
One of you 5 a day.
I want to stock up on canned corn. I love canned corn.
Yeah.
I have black beans. I got a ton of black beans. Protein. Need protein.
Yeah, that's true. You need protein, yeah. Black beans. So basically, with all the beans you're going to eat, you can also run your own heating system through your own gases. That's amazing, Debbie. You get the protein and you get the heating. I say that's clever.
Oh, Dacob.
Gary says, Daco, put your headphones back in. It's not synced audio anymore. Okay, guys, so are we synced or are we not synced? I've been repping all year. Akira has been filling new chest freezer all year. I don't know. For me, it seemed synced when I had the earplugs in. But the amount of ketchup lasts literally 3 months in my house, says Ollie. Yeah, a bit empty.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Now I see this together.
Yeah, now we're gonna... Yeah, I'm testing stuff out, you guys. Hold on. Let me activate that as well. Debbie, you're becoming more and more of a pixel ghost.
Good.
Oh. She's there.
She's got the crazy eye.
And I'm trying to see how can I make us join the Stonehenge moment.
Love it.
You like the Stonehenge? Yeah, it's like we're all going to school in Stonehenge school. Okay, no, Jesus says we're synced. Gary, it might be on your end then. Because,
We're synced.
yeah, Emilio says we're synced. So,
It's gonna be my. Never mind.
oh my God, it's me double trouble. So I went to Guerlain. Because, you know, I'm living for Le Lion de Chanel lately. There it is.
Love it.
And of course, I'm like, let's revisit all the iterations of Shalimar. And let's go for a review on all. Let's do a live stream on Shalimar. But it didn't arrive, so we're going to wait a little bit longer to do that. But has anybody else... Okay, so Aisha, you like Le Lion? Because I know you also got a sample. I don't know. I don't think you actually bought a bottle, did you?
No, I didn't buy a bottle yet, but after I got my sample, we went into lockdown again, and I kind of didn't want to order it, so I thought I'd wait for my birthday, which is on Thursday, and and then I can pick that up. Thank you. So I was explaining the other week in the chats, I've got FOMO at the moment because I want to use my birthday money to get this perfume, but then again, I don't want to miss out on the number 5, the special edition. So I'm kind of toying between those two things because I know that Le Lion is always going to be there, but then again, we were having a discussion about the batch codes. So I do want to get an earlier one, but then again, I do want to get the number 5, or maybe I'll get them both. I don't know. That'll be about my budget for both of the perfume. Well, what I'm expecting, kind of thing, in birthday money. Because I always get money for perfume for my birthday. People don't buy me presents.
Well, why don't you just tell them to buy you the perfume?
So,
Instead of giving you the money, you should tell them, buy me this perfume and this perfume. Thank you.
yeah, I might do actually.
Yeah, let them go through the hassle.
The Vivienne Westwood jacket, the Boucher one that you bought.
Isn't it amazing?
In that. Yeah, and then there's, although I don't know if I'll be able to get it, but there is a Vivian Westwood. I'm going to Leeds next Friday.
Hold
Well, you
on,
probably
I'm
never
starting to
heard
get
of, but
oily.
there's Vivian Westwood there, so I'm going to have a look there as well. But then I've got FOMO for Louis as well. So I'm thinking, shall I get cosmetics? Exactly. So
I'm living
FOMO
this.
like
No, this
crazy.
is, yeah. These little pouches. Hold on, I'm starting to get oily here. I'm gonna put some makeup on. But you can keep talking, you guys. No, but I'm telling you, you're right.
Did somebody say FOMO?
Yeah. Oh, you got the FOMO bottle, girl.
I can't see Deb. Should I be able to see Deb?
Oh no, because it only recognizes her when she has her face. When she shows her face. When she doesn't show the face, it doesn't recognize her.
Oh, it's like that film, The Invisible Man.
Yes.
Really? Yeah. I love that.
My name was Invisible Girl 422, remember?
What?
Yeah, and vitamin and D and vitamin D. Also vitamin D.
The Invisible Girl. But I love those kind of films. And I love old black and white horror films as well.
Oh, I'm kind of, I mean, in a very ratchet hoe way, kind of channeling a black and white, but not in black and white, horror kind of noir, something. You know.
Jacob, it looks like I'm sat right next to you. It's so funny.
Yeah, you are right next.
I love it.
It's cute.
I want to say definitely tell your peeps for your birthday, because like, okay, it's nice to get the money and then you decide what you want to get. I love that. But since you know exactly what you want, don't go through the hassle of having to go and buy it yourself. To tell them, I want this, thank you. And then they get it for your birthday. And then you just unbox it. That's your birthday.
I know, but I've still not decided what I want yet.
Oh.
There's like 6 things. So I'm gonna have a look next week. I do prefer to go in store to choose things. Although I know you had a good experience with Louis recently, didn't you? So, you know.
They were very kind to me. Kind. I mean, they were polite. You know, they were not like, oh, you need a credit purchase history to order a toilet pouch. They were like, oh, you want a toilet pouch? Okay, we'll put you on the guest list. I will put you on the waiting list. And whenever it's your turn, you'll get one. And then pretty soon after, they called me, and it was not a big issue. Like, you know what I mean? It worked out. But again, hold on. Let me try to make a test while I'm talking to y'all's, because we're using this opportunity to test out the audio. I'm going to put in the headphones again just to see how it works with the headphones now.
Okay.
You know, but you just guys keep talking. And but what I want to say is, you just got to figure out which size is your favorite. Like what like
I think I'm gonna get the small cosmetics, like the half moon one, that's that I can fit into my bag every day, and I can put just like maybe my glasses and a few other, you know, lipsticks, lip balm, whatever. I'm sure it'll get overstuffed in like
okay, but
5 minutes.
but you don't have to have
But-
FOMO for those.
This is Jack.
You don't have to have
okay.
you don't have to have
Okay.
FOMO for those, because those are readily available.
Is this better?
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
much
They're not getting-
better. We hear you, darling. You sound so flamboyantly delicious.
You were gonna say
No,
gay,
no,
weren't you?
no, I wasn't. Oh, darling, we're loving the hot. Ooh.
Yeah. Well, if this Wi-Fi works better, then I'll use this on Halloween.
Yeah, it does work. It does look. I mean, we're still a little bit grainy. Everybody's still a little bit grainy. But I guess maybe it's my resolution. No, because I'm not grainy. Well, anyway, look, you guys, this is already a miracle that we managed to get this working. This is amazing. That we get 3 people in the call at the same time is already a miracle. Okay, so audio, hold on. Okay, audio seems to be fixed now. So I can take the headphones out because they really irritate me. Or should I not? No, I'm going to keep the headphones in. Hold on. Let me just choose which ear. Okay. Would you like a heart?
Delicious.
So, yeah. Oh, actually, I have another little creature here from one of my Halloween costumes. I have his severed head of my Bozo the clown with all the cockroaches I put in him. This one.
Oh, I remember that.
He's so creepy.
And he has a cockroach in his mouth, too. I put one in his mouth as well.
He has a cock in his
A
mouth?
cockroach, yeah. Yeah, a big one.
Yeah.
A big one, too.
8 inches?
8 inches. Oh, that's your standard for big, Debbie? Cha.
That's a starter kit.
That's a starter kit? Oh, no, the head fell. Oh, well. So Aisha wants to get the... Okay, so if you're going to go for the... You want to go for the 100 ml Eau de Parfum, I guess, limited edition, right? Or you want to go for the low?
Yeah. Oh no, just for either the number 5 or the Leon. Because I don't have the Eau de Parfum. I've only got the Pure Parfum and the EDT in my little twist up. So I do need the EDP. So I'm getting FOMO for that, or I might just get both of them. I don't know. Don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean... because of the packaging or because of the perfume? Because the pure perfume is much better than the Eau de Parfum.
Oh, well, because I don't have it and it's on my list to get the EDP, I thought I may as well wait for the special edition and get that, and then that can go with the rest of the collection. Because I think if I don't buy that, and if I don't buy it now and I buy it at some point in the future, it'll just be in the plain packaging. So, and I do really like the case.
Me too.
And
Me too. I'm gonna get it as well.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I was thinking anyway. But I'll definitely be getting a new perfume next week. Surprise,
Good.
surprise.
Well, they all smell like Shalimar to me. But I haven't tried it in months.
Hey, this is the right time for Shalimar. Now, I'm supposed to be looking more into the camera, but it really is hard for me because then I can't see people switching. So I can't look into the camera. I know, like, for you guys watching at home, it's better if I look into the camera. But if I do this, then I have absolutely no connection to Debbie, to Aisha, to Jack. I don't see anything, so I can't do camera. I should, but I'm not gonna because it doesn't work for me that way. Otherwise, I need a control monitor right next to the camera. Then I can look into the camera. Otherwise, this isn't working for me. Hey, Rich Mitch. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a test with the cameras. So yeah, you can join. The link is in the chats. Just push the link. It's pinned at the top of the chats. And you can join us in this weird, I want to say kind of pagan type of... Stonehenge type of scenario in the waiting room.
Join us, Rich. Join us.
We have cookies on the dark side.
Oh, bring the cookies.
I got chips. I know it's super not nice of me to eat, but I haven't eaten anything today, so this is like keeping me alive, you guys. The sustenance of it all. Like sooner or later, I'm just gonna be lifting like my little bony hand with a chiplet attached. Like, look, I got nothing left. Nothing. It's just the chip and me. Hold on.
Debs can bring the tomato sauce.
Yes, and the ketchup.
Yeah, and we can double use. You can use it as fake blood as well.
And you can lick it off later.
Exactly. Multi-purpose.
Okay, guys, what are you going to wear for Halloween?
And I have the lemon.
Does anybody know? Because listen, I'm going to be live streaming extra also next Sunday. So we're going to all be wearing costumes. I mean, I already am, but what are you going to be wearing? Do you already know what you're going to be wearing for Halloween?
No.
Your shirt?
Yeah. Deb, I've got the Dacob, the essence or the extract.
The pumpkin.
What was
The
it?
extract.
Yeah,
The
I've got
extract.
that one. The extract, yeah. So I could wear that
And what are we gonna
actually.
do with the? Are we gonna do like a painting with the hair crazy?
I think I should do something like an
Yes,
Elvira.
actually, this is a little bit
Oh,
Elvira. It's giving a
Do
little bit of
it.
a. I mean,
Yes.
yes, do Elvira. Do Elvira. We love Elvira. We live.
yeah. Yeah, I think I'll
If
go.
I have enough hairspray, I'll do Bride of Frankenstein.
Oh, I love that film. Yeah, brilliant.
Because of
That
my
is my icon.
glow
And
is white. Yay.
Debbie was mentioning Bride of Frankenstein the other day. We were talking about where were we talking about it, Debbie? In the chats in the live stream or in a comment under some video? We were talking about the oh yeah. It was on essentially Dacob. You see, because now I have like three I don't even know where I'm talking anymore. But it was the video about the slasher. No, the Halloween top 10 Halloween perfumes. And then you said, "Oh, it's like Frankenstein with Chucky. What was it? Because of Chucky?" And then I said, "Yeah, but it's also Bride of."
It was a Chucky. It was Chucky we were talking about. Because Bride of Frankenstein and Chucky, because of sewing and coming back to life. He was one of his Easter eggs, Don Mancini.
Oh yeah. We were talking about Chucky the movie. Yeah, okay, now I get it. You see, this vampire getting owed. No. Okay, so we got Jack. I see you in the. So wait, is Rich Mitch joining us? No, he didn't click the link. Oh, I'll be in Vegas watching the stream, says Frozen Luxury. Hey, Saya, how's it going, sweetie? Oh, by the way, are you going to join us? Are you going to be dressed up, Saya, next Sunday? From Las Vegas? That would be amazing. Get dressed up in Vegas, baby. Oh my God. So I was watching this YouTuber who always does videos in Salem. And Salem has Halloween all year round. Like, I want to move to Salem, you guys. I think we should all, for whoever loves Halloween as much as I do, when we get to a certain vampire age where we want to do the Golden Girl shtick and we want to all move in together, we should all buy a house in Salem and just move there and be the witches that we are.
I bet there's some bad juju in that town.
There's bugs in that town? What do you mean?
Bad juju.
Bad juju?
Yeah.
Juju.
Is that a weird way for to say genitals?
No. No, it's like bad vibes, bad juju, like
Yeah.
bad
vibes from what
Yeah,
happened.
of course.
Before.
That's why we're going there. You know what I mean? It's a zhuzh. We go there and then we like, oh, I see. You know what I mean?
I like scary places. I definitely do.
Yeah, I'm built for that too. I live off of that kind of the spirits. Oh, yeah, okay. So 50,000 witches were hung in the park in front of our house. Spooky. And I'll be like, oh, yes, queen party.
Yeah,
okay. Check us out, you guys. We are a foursome, the Brady Bunch.
Northeast.
Hi, everybody. We are so fabulous now. Check us out, you guys.
Dacob will be doing Dacob Advent next year.
Yeah, for £800, stickers.
25 US.
825 plus tax, mind you. So it's going to be stickers. They're going to be fabulous stickers.
That's good. It could be in the shape of a coffin.
What?
It could be in the shape of a coffin. You could have like an eyeball on day one, like a chopped finger on day two or something.
That'll be
like
so
that.
cool. Also, like we don't do like Christmas advent calendar. We do a Halloween advent calendar.
Yeah.
Now that's cool. Every day you open a door and a different corpse comes out. Love it.
Yeah. A different like characters. You could have Freddy, you could have Jason popping out of one.
I wish I had the rights to use those.
They're all on my
But
shelf. Every single one of them is on my
But then
shelf.
at a certain point, on the last day, you get to meet the vampire himself, this little fella. Check him out. Isn't he the cutest?
What
It's a
is
bat.
that?
He's hanging.
It looks like a piece of beef jerky.
It's a piece of what?
Yeah, it does.
Beef jerky.
Beef jerky.
He's just all curled up because he's hanging off a little tree.
Yeah, he can fly
See?
out on the 31st, and he can like bite you in the neck.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice treat for Halloween.
I can't believe Jack wanted to eat his own kind. He's like, oh, that little bat looks like beef jerky.
I would never. I'm vegetarian.
But you wanted to eat a bat.
Oh,
I mean, I'd
A
eat
vegetarian
bat.
vampire? How does that
Vampire.
work,
I mean,
darling? Oh,
I
I know
don't
how it
know.
works. You only suck blood of other vegetarians.
That's
Yeah,
what-
or vegans.
I have a bat on my mouth.
As long
hey,
as I
one
don't kill them.
vampire is a paradox. Actually.
Yeah, right? It's the bat paradox. It's the vampire bat paradox. But I gotta say though, so I've been watching What We Do in the Shadows, and it's a great show. Living for it, begging for it, dying for it. But in the last episode, spoiler alert, I'm not gonna spoil the show, but anyway, one of the characters wants to start living a human life and not drink blood anymore. It's hilarious how vampires, the theories they have on how to stop drinking blood and how to deal with being human all over again. It's cool. You should check it out.
Natasha Dimitri is a fantastic actress.
She's beyond amazing. She is so magnetic.
I love it.
You look at her and you can't get your eyes off of her.
What's the
She's so
program?
pretty as well.
It's on. I think it's on Sci-Fi. It's called What We Do in the Shadows.
It's on FX.
Oh, okay.
FX.
Oh, FX. It's on
It's on
FX. Yeah,
iPlayer.
it's on FX. Yeah, just like American Horror Story.
Or Hulu, if you have that.
I'll have a look.
Gary says, "Oh God, no, not another bat." Oh no, Jesus is like, what was that? Nobody recognized the little bat. Poor creature. It's a hanging bat, you guys. He hangs off of a tree. It's actually really naturalistic. This is how they really look. Like, this is a prop. This is like a movie prop. This is a real bat. I mean, it's not real, but it's as real as it gets. So what they do is they cover their wings. They cover themselves in their own little wings, you see?
It's real.
Yeah, it has its own little blanket. It's cute.
I mean, you should know what they look like.
Oh my God, Jesus is like, no, not the stage mic.
Bat. Bat.
Don't talk about my mic.
Bat.
I love how big the mic is. Yeah, it's the girth. It's all about the girth, you guys.
Your mic is bigger than his banana.
They try to make us go to rehab, but we said no, no, no.
Oh, poor Amy.
I can vouch for that. Definitely realistic, says Gary. Oh, Gary, you have experience with bats. Gary said, I had a visitation from a bat. I know what they look like.
My battery's about to die, so I have to get off the call.
Oh no! Wait, for mic battery or phone battery?
It's everything. This setup just isn't set up.
But it looks amazing, though. You look great.
So I'll call in on Halloween, but thank you.
Looks great. The audio is now perfect. The visual is perfect. The definition is also perfect. So the setting works. All right. Thank you for calling. Thank you for tuning
No
in to the Fashion Bunker Manor.
Showing us your mic.
Yeah. Bye, Jack.
Bye, Jack. So, by the way, you guys, we got breaking laundry news. Okay? In the Gabby Petito case. Now, I know we're like, this is, I mean, no, Aisha's actually ready. She's the only one dressed appropriately for information like this. I mean, I'm not, you would think you don't take this seriously. But darlings, this is, you know, this is how we look. So, Gabby Petito, I'm looking here. Something just is happening, you guys.
With Gabby or Brian?
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
They found him?
FBI, this is from The Guardian, okay, newspaper. The FBI claims that items believed to belong to Brian Laundrie are found in the Florida park, where they were looking for him for like weeks and weeks and weeks. Wow. And the officials claim, this is WLWT, that items linked to Brian Laundrie, potential human remains found in Florida park. Oh my God.
Is this like breaking news?
Yeah, because if this is true, that means he's dead.
I don't think he's dead, though. In my soul, I don't think he's dead.
Well,
gosh, I don't know what I
Well, hold
think.
on. Let me just.
I don't know.
Yeah, let me stop recording and start recording again, because this is a whole other topic. All right, let's start again. So hi guys, we're on Totally Dacob live streaming our Halloween countdown to Halloween, so that hence the attire. But since I have been, it's very close to my heart, the Gabby Petito case, and so we're just live streaming live, and now like news is breaking all over the place. So we are caught in the moment. So do not take offense at my attire. It's not meant to make fun of anybody. It's just that things, sometimes you can't control life. It happens the way it happens. So I'm reading on, okay, now I'm on TMZ. Oh my God. Okay, so, well, TMZ, huh? What can we trust TMZ? I don't know. Anyway, breaking news on Brian Laundrie. FBI confirms human remains found, but no identity yet. Brian's backpack, Brian's notebook is on the scene as well. They found his backpack and notebook on the place where they found human remains. This is a lot to digest now. The whole world was like talking about this for such a long time. I mean, telling the family they're guilty. They planned his escape ahead of time. He's going to be somewhere else. He's already safe in another country. They were throwing so much shit at this family. And now what? If this is true, then it was really true all along. He did drive the car over there to the resort, to the park, you know, and left the car there, went inside and died. I mean, I don't know. Anyway.
What? The parents are too sketchy. That's the problem. It's his parents.
Yeah.
Their behavior is too sketchy.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, are you two okay with being in this live stream at all?
Why not?
Yeah.
I didn't hear. Sorry, my earplug fell out.
Oh,
you're both fine? Okay.
But,
no, because because, you know.
If it's a sensitive subject, though, maybe it's, you know, better to not have callers in while you're talking about it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I can block it off.
Just...
Hold on. Let me close the call-in option. The link is shut. Nobody can call in anymore. What do you... So, I mean, you're... Oh, no, Debbie was upset with the family, with the mother and father, or you too, Aisha?
No, I wasn't. I'm not going to judge anyone because I don't know what's really happened. But I do think that their reaction of sort of hiding away and not cooperating did, you know, make you wonder why are they doing that? Why are they not there doing everything that they can? I do think that they were really hounded at their home, and they were probably, you know, not wanting to make statements, still wondering about the loyalty side, and helpful in speaking to the police. They didn't seem upset about anything that had happened, about the son being missing and about what had happened to Gabby. But then again, you know, how people deal with things, and if you've never been in that situation, how can you really comment or make a judgment when you're thinking about it, when there isn't that much information there? You know, you don't know what's going on with those people, but it does seem suspicious that they weren't, you know, really crying out to try and find out where the son was, and wondering if he was okay and if he was safe. And I think some of the things that they did traveling, I think they went camping just shortly after he got back, and things like that. These are just like little things that I've picked up on from just watching the news and stuff. It doesn't seem like normal behavior, because God forbid if somebody goes missing, it's complete pandemonium, panic, crazy, you know, and they weren't doing that. But that's just my opinion. I've just been observing. I mean, obviously it's really sad that whatever's happened has happened, because there's probably mental health issues in there, and God knows what's happened. It's just really sad.
I'm just really shocked that this whole situation just is unfolding the way it's unfolding, that it even happened, how it happened. Whatever we know, we don't know much. We know what we're allowed to know, what the authorities decide to tell us. Everything else is speculation. But if the Carlton Reserve was not, I mean, if these remains were found in the Carlton Reserve, and they've been looking there for weeks, I mean, I know it's a huge space, but like, how far could he walk on foot to go so deep into that place that it took them weeks and weeks and weeks to find him? It's so bizarre to me. I mean, but okay, finding his backpack at a location where they also found human remains. Well, but Jack is asking, what if the remains aren't his? Can they do a DNA test? I'm sure they're already on it. I'm sure they're already on it.
Yeah.
Right? Rachel Jackson says, with everything going on, this is like the Twilight Zone. Yeah, we are literally right now in the Twilight Zone. That's how it feels to me too, because we were like on a totally different tangent. Perfumes, Halloween, and now here we are. But this is really important to talk about, I think, because it has moved me and my life so much these past few weeks, not because of just a limited type of human curiosity. You know, people just are curious by nature and they want to know the gossip. And this was deeper. This was not just me tuning in to know, oh, what's the zhuzh, what's happening today? And like, no, it was more like the pain that I felt when she went missing and was all officialized, before they even announced that they found a body, and then subsequently confirming that the remains found were Gabby Petito's. Even before that, I felt this pending doom of an emotion over me. It was something so intense and deep. I can't really describe it. I've never felt something like that before. And I'm so attached to this case because, emotionally speaking, it is so all-encompassing and devouring. It kind of envelops you and it doesn't let you go. It's like a nightmare that won't pass. That's how I've been feeling these past weeks. And in fact, truth be told, I mean, when it started happening, when it was confirmed that it was Gabby's body a couple of weeks ago, I made that one video and I said, this video has nothing to do with facts. This is just at an emotional level. And I posted it to my channel. I said, because I have this urge to share these emotions. But now that like, is this the end? Are we at the point now where after all of these weeks, all of the speculation that was going on, people saying he would never kill himself, he's too much of an ego to do that, he's too much of a narcissist, like people were pointing fingers at this dude as if it's like clear that it was him. We know nothing, and yet we you know, people were sitting there, a lot of people pointing fingers constantly. And the whole time I was thinking to myself, oh my gosh, the pain, the agony. And even if, let's say in another world, the family really hid him and planned his escape before she was officially announced missing, whatever, I'm sure they also felt pain nevertheless. Everybody's feeling, it's like nobody's a winner here. Everybody's a loser. Everybody. I felt this pending guilt. I felt like we were all guilty. It's such a bizarre feeling. Also, when you saw the police camera footage from one police officer while Gabby and Brian were still alive. And that was really moving. But then when the second police officer's footage was also released, and we saw even more interaction with Gabby, that really took me. It literally just took the life out of me. And then, I mean, we still didn't see the third camera footage of the female police officer. That one was not released even yet. Oh my gosh. And now all of this? What do you guys think?
So the second one, was that where she said that he had hit her? And that wasn't said in the first one. So she was saying that he did actually punch her or something like that.
She didn't say that he hit her. She kind of phrased it very shrewdly. She said that he kind of held her face like this.
He grabbed her.
Like to keep her away from him, she said. Because she was kind of allegedly going at him, and then he kind of... But then again, on that same footage, people were kind of zooming in and seeing that she did have some scars on her hand, arm, that maybe there was some sort of, you know... And then, of course, people went immediately on, okay, he is the one who was doing the A to her. Can't say the word online, but... It seems like if they were together for over 3 years, on and off even, and she was alive throughout that whole time, I mean, things escalated at a certain point. You decide to go on a road trip together, just the two of you alone in a tiny micro van. Yeah, if you had psychological stress before, now you're going to be even more exposed to it. For sure, I get it. But to push it to a point where you take somebody's life and you just leave them in the ditch, I don't know. To me, it just sounds like an episode of Twin Peaks. It just really, none of it makes any sense. Still now that they're saying that human remains were found in the Carlton Reserve, I can't believe it.
I think the other...
Why am I thinking that his parents killed him?
Wow, really?
Well, they've been quiet. The dad has been doing this. 2 people, they all went camping. Only 2 came back. It just, I don't know why. It just was a thought that's been hitting me as we're sitting here.
Yeah, but when they, that was a different camping moment. That was not in the Carlton Reserve. He went to the Carlton Reserve after they came back from the other camping.
No, I know. But they could have brought the truck there, left it there. They could have planted it all. They knew he killed Gabby. This is just all speculation.
Oh.
They knew he killed Gabby, and they didn't want to bring any more shame upon the family. I don't know what. I don't know the psychology of it. But what if they offed their own son, and now his
Well, no,
remains
I
are
don't. Why would they do that?
disappearing
Then they
with
would
the
end up in
backpack?
jail. They were innocent up until now.
Maybe they thought they get away with it. I don't know, Dacob. I'm just speculating.
Yeah, you're just brainstorming. Yeah, I get it. Rachel says, yes, this is important. I meant with everything going on in the world, it's like our reality is warped, or we're realizing how warped our world has been. My heart bleeds for the pain everywhere. Yeah. Gary says, they have to say remains. Probably don't know if it's a part or parts or whole body. They're always intentionally vague about when they say remains. Gary says, I know it's not likely, but how do we know she was not the one abusing him? And then Jesus answers to Gary, says, we don't. It's all allegations. Then Gary says, not being devil's advocate or nothing, but when it's a straight couple, most people assume it's the man abusing the woman. Because mostly it is.
I look at the height difference. She must have weighed 98 pounds soaking wet. And he was, what, 6'4" or 6'2"? She was a tiny little thing. She could have tried to abuse him, but how much damage is
Physically,
she going to be able
none,
to inflict?
I think, but psychologically, I don't know, because psychology of things is different. You can have power over a person just through words and strength of character. But to me, the entire both camera footages of the cops that we saw, the first camera footage and the second, it was not, and then, people were hired on television interviews, psychologists, psychiatrists, professionals, this and that, to analyze the body language of her, of him, how he spoke, how she spoke, da 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 da. But okay, I tried to kind of phase all of that out and try to kind of base myself on my life experience, which you might think is ridiculous because I'm wearing a costume right now. Judge me if you want, but we started off a Halloween session, so that's why but from my personal, just a feeling, it didn't feel like how people are portraying the situation to have gone on that camera, on that police footage. Now, the camera footage when they were stopped, when they were having the dispute between them, the domestic dispute, right? We're talking about that footage while Gabby was still with us. It just, I don't know. I was more suspicious of the cops than I was of him in that video. And maybe call me crazy. Officer Robin was very sketchy when he started talking about when he was driving Brian to the motel, and he started talking about how, his wife is all good now that she's all pilled up. And, Gabby should maybe consider also taking pills. I thought that was really inappropriate for a police officer to tell a person they're taking away. Like, oh, by the way, since my wife has been on, psychological medication or whatever, she's been all good. Done. Problem solved. I just felt like a miserable conversation to have with a person who has just been separated from another person that they love, we think they love, they might have a codependent relationship, maybe not, we don't know, but you're taking him literally, you're telling him, okay, you can't see your girlfriend overnight, you got to stay separated overnight, we're not going to press charges against her because they deemed her to be the one who was aggressing him, but you got to stay separated. Oh, and by the way, my wife takes pills. Girl, no.
Totally inappropriate. Completely inappropriate.
Right?
Yeah. It's like gaslight.
Oh.
No, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is about those videos, it's horrible thinking that they could have saved her.
And she went to jail.
She went to jail?
If she went to jail, she'd probably still be alive.
Oh, if she'd gone to jail. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just anything. It's just like that ungraspable moment of wishing that you could have done something, or something would have happened differently to stop that, because the police were there. Everything was aligned for her to be safe. And everything was aligned for her to be safe. Yeah. And that's the bit that kind of gets you, whenever.
I watched a channel called Mia, M-I-A, is a lovely, lovely lady. She analyzes also true crime, and she's a very particular way of talking and a very particular way of going into the case, and she kind of rehashes stuff and goes over it and over and over, and I'm hypnotized by her. By the way, Mia, I don't know, you don't even know I exist, but I love you, girl. Anyway, so she also said, she could have been saved. And she said something very interesting. She said, a psychiatric evaluation in those cases is super important because it can save a life. Meaning, then she said, don't worry. It's not like usually these places in these hospitals are like these like asylum wards. They're usually really comfortable where you go. You're positioned in and you're away for the evaluation, which can be 24, 48 hour, however long it is, but it can save a life. And she said, they should have done that. They should. It's not about, you're going to go to the slammer. We're going to lock you up overnight, girl. No, it's more like, hey, because you seem to be losing the plot. You keep crying. You're hyperventilating. You keep crying. Every time she started talking, she started crying all over again. So it's like, okay, maybe we need to do a psychiatric evaluation. This will also allow you to separate long enough, for real this time, have somebody professional, not some Oompa Loompa cops who are going to tell you, well, you know what? My wife takes the pill. She's doing fine. Like, no, you need somebody professional to actually really understand body language, what people are saying in between the lines, and analyze how far is this relationship already far gone? And then take it from there. I loved what Mia said, and she was talking about this weeks ago already, and this would have been definitely something that could have saved her life. Because what else could they have done? What, lock her up? I mean...
Well, supposedly, I don't know if it's the whole United States, but in a domestic violence situation, if the cops are called, somebody is supposed to be arrested. That's what I know.
Okay.
Well, I mean, because I was watching all of these different states talking about it, and a lot of them are like, in this state it's like this, and that state it's like that, but in some states it's like the second there's some altercation and the police are at the door and they see bruises on both or any sort of aggression, both go immediately, both are taken to jail. Both. There is no you're guilty, you're not. Both taken away, and then everything is evaluated from there. This didn't happen. Actually, the other cop was just kind of in the cam footage. He's just like, okay, you know what? I just want to get this over. It seemed like he wanted to go home. He was done for the day. Let's not waste too much time on this. Too much paperwork. And it is what. And I think allegedly one of these, at least, cops is on like unpaid or paid leave. I don't think they fired him, but after this whole situation, one of them is not there anymore. Not so sure which one. I think the one that was making the decisions, but allegedly. And then what's going on with the coroner? The coroner who announced that they're like, oh, now he lost his job too because the DA that allegedly he did to his wife by shooting at her years ago, allegedly. Like, what is going on with this country? It's like... even the coroner now doesn't have the job anymore because of allegations or whatever he did or didn't do. Do you guys know about that? That's also insane.
No, didn't know about that. Yeah, that's strange timing, isn't
And
it?
listen, it's not about conspiracy theories or nothing for no reason, but I'm telling you this, you guys. You know that also within the police forces, there's all of these like little clans inside, you know, and you got to prove yourself to be worthy to join. And then like they make you do stuff to people.
Right.
Hazing.
Yeah, hazing like a fraternity. So, you know, allegedly, we're not allowed to say anything because we don't know anything. But you know, it's like we've heard stories where cops had to, you know, kill somebody to prove themselves worthy and then join this clan. And a lot happens. And I mean, but if these are remains of Brian Laundrie and if he is in the Carlton Reserve, okay, if this is the case, then I really think he didn't want to tell his parents what he did. I think that he came back on the 31st, on the 1st of September, 31st, August, 1st of September, they're like, oh, you're with Gabby's van. Where's Gabby? And then because we were in a fight, something happened, blah, blah. Then she left. We had a huge fight. I don't want to talk about it. And maybe the family kept pressing and saying, what do you mean? Where is she? And then her family started calling. The Laundrie started avoiding the phone calls, didn't want to answer the phone of the Petito family. Then the Laundrie family decides to go on this other little weekend somewhere 6th, 7th or 6th, 7th, 8th of September with Brian, mother, father, and the sister, which apparently came one day and then left with her kid. And then after that, they all drive back home. And then just a couple of days after that, on the 11th of September, Gabby's announced officially missing. They're searching for her. They found her body roundabout then. And then he disappears. Maybe the parents were still pressing him, even though they did lawyer up. So they were, if he didn't tell them anything, at least they were suspecting something, because they're like, well, you're not telling us anything, so let's call our friend, because he's a friend of the family, the lawyer. But then, if what I'm trying to say is, if in the Carlton Reserve we really have Brian's remains, then he really did run away from home, I feel. Then I don't think the family had anything to do with helping him escape or so. How? All of this conspiracy that we had of the Mustang, the car being parked at the Carlton Reserve, it was all a red herring. None of this is true, yada, yada. If these are his remains, then the case was really that simple. He felt terrible about what happened, or terrified or scared for what happened. We don't know what happened at this point. We think we do.
Remains to be moved too.
They moved what?
The remains could have been moved as
Huh.
well.
And the
Yeah.
reason? The motive.
He died at home or something, and then they needed to move the body. They may have, but I don't know where he's found, whether it was like in an inaccessible place or something. But yeah, you do hear about, things like that, and then the body's moved at a later date to.
But wouldn't have somebody seen them do that? I mean,
Who knows? I think the Florida
Yeah.
police force has really bungled this. The Utah police force has bungled this. Who
Yeah.
knows? Dick?
When did they find out that she was? When did the police find out that she was properly? Because there's other things to have been arranged, before anyone sort of
Exactly.
says, right, well, this has not been in touch or answered a phone or whatever, and I think you have to wait 24 hours or something before they'll even start looking. So it does buy the perpetrator, if you like, a little bit of extra time to arrange things.
they did. I mean, there was time when the family did. Well, the Petitos tried to call the laundries and to figure out what was going on, because they already felt something was really off already by the 30th, when they got that of August, when they got that strange text message allegedly from Gabby, with no reception Yosemite, or
Yeah.
Stan keeps calling me or something like that, calling her grandpa Stan when she always calls him grandpa, and all that. The whole stuff is like, then they thought Brian sent those text messages, whatever. But so they were alert already. And then when the laundry stopped answering phone calls, they contacted the police. And then I think after, was it 24 or 48 hours missing? By then she was already officially missing. So they declared her, I think, officially missing on the 11th. But then, because of YouTube and because of this family of campers that travel across America and film everything they do, they realized that they actually filmed the van. They filmed the van in the Grand Teton Park, and they're like, oh, and we filmed it on the 27th. And looky, Gabby was allegedly gone. 27th, 28th is when she stopped living. So
That's the only way they would have found.
and then
her
they started
body.
looking for the body. And this
Because
is
of
a
those
shocking
YouTube
thing,
things.
because if Brian did what people are alleging he did, then this really puts a dent in his cookie, because he, whoever, thought, well, by the time anybody's ever found, it's going to be so far gone. I don't think anybody expected this video to pop up of the Sloyths family, whatever they're called, to have filmed the van in that location, because without that video, they would be not knowing at all where her body is.
Wow.
They would probably still be looking for her now. And nobody would know if she's alive or not, if she decided to change life. And so if he did what people are alleging he did, and he thought nobody's going to find out where she is laying, then I'll get away with it. And then like he came home and they're like, oops, YouTube, figured you out. And then maybe then he went ballistic. He's like, oh my God, what to do. Ran away from home and bam. Kira says, oh,
Yeah.
really? Kira in the chat says, he's been dead for a while. Dead men tell no tales.
True.
Oh, Rachel Jackson says, the United States is the new Rome. The empire is literally falling apart. Mrs. Blue says, I know he was one rotten apple, but it makes me feel afraid of police now. Yeah. Because what is police? We kind of think police are on our side. I mean, and they're just human, just like everybody else is human. You have nice people and you have some people who are not nice people. So I'm sure there's some really incredibly nice human beings who are working in the police force, but I'm sure not everybody working in the police force is a nice human being that only has, altruistic sensitivities towards life. Jesus says, I feel like they got killed by someone on the same day and their remains were disposed in different locations. No, because he drove back home. Emilio.
Yeah.
He was back home.
He was
Yeah, he was seen by his family, by neighbors, by other witnesses.
on camera at that.
Yeah,
other
Gabby
park
was
on Labor
Gabby
Day
left
weekend
us
or whatever.
around the 27th or 28th of August, and he was then back home, and she was in the Grand Tetons last, right? And then he drove all the way back to Florida. He was with his family in Florida. He went camping with his family in Florida. He was seen in Florida, and then around the 14, 15, 16, something like that, he left. Ran away, they say. And the funny thing is, the cops said, "Oh, we have him. He's a person of interest. We follow him. Already from the 11th, they had their eyes on him, but he vanished around the 14th. So the cops just 13th or 14th.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is with the lawyer guy, the Laundrie family's lawyer. He kind of keeps changing the dates a little bit, like when he was last seen, when he bought the phone, when he did it. Was it like the 13th or the 14th? Kept kind of changing numbers there. So let's just say he ran away the 14th or whatever, disappeared officially on the 14th. So he was very well and alive after Gabby was no longer there. But then to run into, just like that out of the blue in the middle of the night, to run off, well, actually with the car, what is the Mustang doing parked at the Carlton Reserve then, if he ran in the middle of the night from home and disappeared in the middle of the night? Like, what's that car doing there? So, police in my area are arrogant, says Gary, and have okay, I can't read that one. Nothing would be surprising to me.
I wish I could see the chat.
The family apparently saw him and were with him after Gabby, was gone, yeah. I'm yet to encounter a good one here, says Gary. The police. But I mean, the police, it is what it is, and the FBI is involved as well. And I mean, I guess FBI took over the whole case, and we just read the news headlines, from TMZ, by the way, but that it's the FBI that claims that they found remains next to his laptop and his backpack. Now, listen, if this is him, I'm shocked. Because the family, I know they lawyered up, but if he really ran away and they did not know where and how, and then they behaved the way they behaved all of these weeks, reserved, not at all. I was talking to my mom the other day. She said to me, there's no way in hell that I would not be barefoot running out of the house to look for you anywhere. Like, she would not spare any energy, nothing. She would literally sacrifice her own life to find me. And she wouldn't care if people on the news or the media were pointing fingers at her saying that, you know, I did something, this or that, she would just want me back home. And she never understood, because my mom is also invested in this case, she also could never understand why was his family so non-responsive in the public eye, not even issuing a statement on television, on the news, to say, hey, Brian, please come home. Please, whatever you're doing, we can solve it. We can find a solution to anything. Just please come home. Don't do anything irrational. None of that happened, you guys. Like the family, it's like, oh, Brian, who? Oh yeah, our son. Oh, he's gone? Oh, okay. Well, talk to our lawyer. Bye. Does that make any sense to you? I mean, I don't have any kids, so I don't know.
No, that's bothered me from the start. And that's what it put suspicion on the entire thing, is a reaction or non-reaction of his parents. The fact that they ignored Gabby Petito's parents' phone calls, everything.
Yeah, that's bad.
It's all putting it on the parents, and that's all I can see is the parents in this.
Yeah, and he's left his parents to deal with that situation as well, which is like, thanks a lot, you know. How awful.
Rachel says, yeah, my mama would have rang the alarm and everyone in her way to find me. Yeah, my mom too.
Yeah.
There's like no question about it. She would be just like, I don't care what the feds say, what the police says. I don't care what the news anchors and news reporters say. I want to find my child. And I'm going to go wherever I can. Oh, wait, what? The Mustang was found parked at the Carlton Reserve. My mom would be there all night, all day. She wouldn't sleep. She wouldn't eat. She would be going through the swamp. She would be strangulating the alligators, opening up all of their mouths to see if I'm in one of them. That's what she would do. You know what I mean? It's just because she's...
Yeah.
People have done more for a missing pet than they did for the concern of their missing son.
Yeah.
Very good point, Debbie.
Definitely.
Very good point. But if... And this is what is so shocking to me now, even more so than before. You guys, if this is him, and he really did run away that night from home, and the family really didn't know, and this is how they behaved all this time, what does this really tell us about, well, what picture does this put? What is this? Is this human life now? Like, is this a normal functioning family situation? Like, am I missing something?
Yeah.
Well, I have one more theory. They knew he had violent tendencies, probably presented as a child, perhaps killed animals, you know, they knew he might have been a psychopath, but they thought he was under control, and now they may have realized that he wasn't, and they didn't want to be involved in it. I don't know. I'm just saying. I think the family knew his true nature.
Yeah.
Including that sister that's been quiet, but letting out little bits and pieces.
I think the other thing is, you know, if somebody's son comes home and said, oh, I've actually murdered my girlfriend, I mean, you just take him straight to the police station to save all this. Because it's either going to end in him dying, killing himself or whatever, or it's going to end in jail. It's got to end somewhere. So, you know, the logical thing would have been to just go and speak to the police. And it would save the whole media circus, as they call it. You know, if he'd have just done that and kept it quite quiet, but then again, he was all on Instagram. I don't know. It'd be interesting to find out what's in his journal, you know, to get an insight into his mind and personality.
Well, this is an interesting point, Aisha, that you bring up, because we are in social media times, and you know, the media and everybody and everybody's aunt and mother and cousins were on top of it, meaning everybody was dissecting his social media, was dissecting all the posts he made on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, what have you. So in a way, that is kind of the modern day journal. I don't think a lot of 20-year-olds nowadays actually write stuff in books still. I think it's all about, I mean, you're portraying what you want people to think you look like on social media. It's far from the truth, obviously. You always want to show yourself in the best picture or showcase the stuff you love on Instagram. But people have then been analyzing and saying, he's reading books about serial killers, so he's a serial killer. I'm like, that book sold 20 million times worldwide. There are not 20 million serial killers out there just because they like to read the books that the guy who wrote the Fight Club wrote. It's just, but you know, and also like we like gore, like here also on my channel, we like Halloween, we like the gothic-y look, we like this whole concept, you know, so that doesn't make us killers. Far from it. We love life, actually. And it's because we love life that we also understand that death is a part of life, and we're just embracing the inevitable because you gotta kick the bucket sooner or later. That's just life. And we're just, most of us are artists here anyway, in this community that we build up in the Fashion Bunker, and we're creative people, and we understand that life is fragile, and we enjoy the beauty of it, but we were not in denial about the fact that there's also the absence of life. And it's okay, because that's natural. You can't live forever. And just because we acknowledge that doesn't mean that we're killers. Far from it. And that's why I think it's like a bit silly how some people go about like, but he, you know, posted, he was an artist too, by the way. He was creating drawings and stickers and
Right.
and stamps, and he had a whole concept, but he was pretty talented, really. And I mean, he had this like, he would draw, I don't know, everybody was analyzing this one stamp he made for his logo, which is a popsicle, like a ice cream. And the little stick that holds the ice cream is actually a knife that's hiding inside the, like, he's just, but you see through the ice cream is, the popsicle is transparent. So you see the danger, you see that kind of delicious thing you want to suck on, but inside is a dagger. And I just found that super clever. That's how life is. Life is always sugar coated when in reality things are not that good. And I'm like, well, this doesn't mean now you got him. Oh, now you know, because you saw he drew that. There you go, Jekyll and Hyde. I'm like, girl, don't be so ignorant. It's
very obvious.
Yeah, you know, exactly, Aisha, very obvious.
With a fist in it.
You know what I mean? And I mean, you guys, we're talking, I mean, Aisha is in between us, by the way. So it's Debbie, Aisha, and Dacob, for those of you who have never watched us before. Aisha is an artist, actually. She illustrates and draws and paints. And she actually deals with artists because she just issued a book and now working on another book about another female artist. So we're talking, what levels are we talking about here? This is not just an artist painting landscapes and popsicles, whatever. It's an artist painting the life of other artists. So it's like layers and layers and layers. And what does that make her? Oh, now what, y'alls are gonna come for her and say that she is a stalker of the lives of these people because she dared portray. You see what I mean? It's ridiculous. We have to be very, very cautious. Like, it's just that some people are more creative than others. So he had a sensitivity to this type of aesthetic. We cannot judge him for it. You can't say, because this is proof that he was crazy. Really? Because
look at Francis Bacon.
And they used Francis Bacon, by the way, for one of the most incredible shots from The Silence of the Lambs. When they enter the room where Hannibal Lecter was in that cage, and he caught the police officer, and he opened he squirted him completely open, and then they enter this room, and you have that was Francis Bacon. That was the filmmakers paying homage to Francis Bacon. Was Francis Bacon a serial killer?
No. Categorically no. No. But yeah, I mean, people have called him the sinister artist and, you know, the macabre artist. And he wasn't. He was just painting life and feelings. And yeah, obviously it is that genre and it is over on that side. But people get a very different impression of who he would have been as a person if they don't know about him because of his artwork. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying about the Brian Laundrie thing.
And on another note, Hitler,
But
one of the biggest sociopaths in history, he really wanted to be an artist. They never, but he was a bad artist.
yeah,
He painted, he tried and tried and tried. And, so, it was not really expressive. Actually, the most bland of paintings, and yet what was harboring behind the most bland of paintings? A total sociopath that almost annihilated the entire world. So it's not that if you see an aggressive painting, you immediately that means that person has an aggressive nature. It can actually be quite the contrary.
yeah, yeah.
It doesn't mean anything. No, not at all. So I don't know what is going to happen now. I mean, how far, I'm sure they're going to, hi Famika. Oh my, look what I just tuned into. Awesome. Right? Thank you. It's like, yeah, and we just actually started installing this camera functionality. So it's also brand new that we get to also tune in all three of us like this, like Charlie's Angels. And, but if they do, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or on the weekend, by the time they got all the DNA tests in, if they do announce that actually is him, what then? What do you guys think? What's the next step?
Gosh. I mean, it depends on how much information they can find out about it now, because really I think what the family are going to want and what the rest of the world is going to want is answers as to why this happened. What can we do about preventing this kind of thing happening in the future? I mean, there's so many times now that we've seen police camera footage and it's not been favourable towards the police. There's got to be something that's going to come along as, Gabby's died, but she is going to change the dynamic now of how the police interact with women that are, in vulnerable situations, and men that are in vulnerable situations as well. But I think it is going to be about a change, more conversation, maybe there'll be a change in laws. But I think people just want answers now, and it'll be the unraveling, and there will be probably clues around even though it's not the thing these days. I think most of them do retreat to a journal or something of some sort that they can let these feelings out onto. This is what I've gleaned from watching a lot of true crime, is that there's always something left behind, unless they really do want to not tell their story before they die. But who knows what his mental situation would have been in at that time. I mean, if one theory is that he did go home, have the holiday with his parents, and then as soon as everybody starts, the pressure's mounting, and he's like, right, well, yeah, I'm not going to finish that conversation, I'm going to go off now. But then again, it's like, why didn't the family go crazy and run through the swamp and strangle the alligators? It's like something's kind of amiss. But then you can also think about the parent going into the swamp and saving their child, and the other parent who is just keeping quiet and keeping the silence to allow their children to have that time. But yeah, it's a really sad situation. But I do hope that, I mean, what would have been ideal that night is they should have rang her parents and said, look, your daughter's on this trip, but it's got down to scratching and punching and grabbing and stuff. I mean, if a relationship is at that point, it's like, where can you go further from the punching and the grabbing, the scratching? It's, what's the end point? So, hopefully there'll be answers for people, and also for people to know that they can't get away with this kind of thing. You will get found, at the end of the day.
I don't think we're going to know I do not think we're ever going to know the truth of this situation. Everything, like how he died, how she died, whatever. I don't think it's going to come to light. Unless he left some kind of a journal. like you said, some kind of a written journal, perhaps. But is that valid? He could have written anything, knowing that he's probably not going to survive. You can write anything down.
Yeah, he could have written down, oh, didn't, it wasn't his fault or something else happened. You're right, you don't know the truth. It's one of those enigmas,
But what do you
really.
think?
And
Yeah,
I
tell
wish,
me, tell me, tell me.
oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I was just saying, I wish there would be a cause for change with the police, but I don't see it in the
No,
United
exactly.
States
I was
right
just
now.
reading the comments.
Aisha?
Also, Jack said, I don't believe we'll ever know the full truth of this case. I doubt the police will change because of this. They've been caught doing 1,000 times worse last summer, and nothing has changed.
Yep.
And then Gary said that the
Yeah.
quote is, what appears to be human remains, so it doesn't sound like a fresh cadaver. Police in every country have the same problems. I have to agree with Jack. I really don't
Yeah.
think much is going to change. We've been also through the psychology of this, you guys, when we were also talking, privately or in other live streams that I did that were not dedicated just to this, but we were talking often about this whole also extra psychological aspect of saying, oh, it's the white blonde girl syndrome. The case has been so exasperated because she is the Laura Palmer type. She's the blonde young American girl. She's not a girl of any other skin type or ethnicity or whatever. And so that's why it's like damsel in distress type of things, from fairy tales.
Yeah.
I think this is deeper than that, to be honest with you, but I also do believe that it will unfortunately end here. And I don't think things are going to get better that soon, that quick, or that it's like taken for granted. Oh, well, now things will go better. What will go better? We are already in this rotting type of situation where the system, it just doesn't work. I mean, it kind of functions because, grinding the gears, when you push a wheel or something, it's kind of a heavy wheel. It's kind of hard to kind of start it. But once it's rolling, it just, no matter how ugly and bad and non-functional the wheel is, it's just going to keep rolling. And I have the feeling like we're in that state right now where we're just, because of force of habit, routine, that's the way it is. I can't,
Yeah.
bureaucracy also blocks everything. I'm blocked. I can't change anything because I have a boss. And my boss has a boss. And the boss has the boss. And the boss of the boss has the boss. And so it's a chain. And you never get to, who's on the top? Well, nobody's allowed to be on the top because, the government, we're not talking about a dictatorship here. So it's like there's a whole organ that works and, groups have to make decisions. Things have to be voted upon. Things have to be put in action. It takes decades, to say the least, to make change happen. And it's not enough for that change to just be political and then legislative. There has to be a desire to want to change. And I feel like nobody cares. Nobody cares. I mean, it's like, it's interesting for the mere reason because this whole case was, for many people, just, a way to spend time, to pass some time, to, because you're bored. Oh, this is interesting. Criminal case, But nobody's really interested in this case for the real reasons that people should be interested in this case. And that is to really raise awareness on being more sensitive and sensible to when shit like this goes down so that you can prevent it. Not that you as a police officer think, oh, this paperwork is boring. Let's just get this over with because like in 1 hour, I'm done with my shift. I just want to go home and eat. So I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah.
Like, do you see? It's the awareness, but then like, where do you begin? The education of that police officer? Was he raised so cold-bloodedly, or is he just not paid enough? Is the salary not good enough? So they're not paid enough to care, or is he doing this job because all the other jobs he applied to didn't want him, and he got this job? And you know what I mean? There's like so much going on there that is beyond just the legislative that you got to take care of. And we know not every human being cares about other human beings. So it's not like you can say, well, only the human beings that care should become police officers. Forget about it. It ain't never going to happen. Never. And that's the problem. Like we're sitting here moving forward as if Because we can't stop anymore. You know, the social structures we're in, those are the social structures we're in. They have been fossilized and crystallized, enshrined within hundreds of years of bad choices, bad behavior, and it is what it is. And it's terrifying. It's terrifying because we are now much more aware of it than we were in the past. Why? Also because of internet. Because you best believe if this case happened in the 70s, they would have never found her body. But because it happened now, when everybody has a camera and everybody films, and somebody by accident filmed the van on that day in that location, in the 70s, we wouldn't even be that far.
Well, there was the Moors murders in the 60s, I think they were, and we're still looking for Keith Bennett in this country. He was murdered, and he was buried somewhere on Saddleworth Moor, and they took Myra Hindley out. I think they took her and they took Ian Brady out there at some point, and his poor mother had to die, never knowing where that body was. And you know, that's really, really sad. It's like a national sadness towards that case, especially when his mum passed away and they never found him. So,
But it's like every country has those tragedies, right? We also have in Australia, Picnic at Hanging Rock. Anybody? All those girls that gone missing, they still didn't find their bodies?
hey, that's another Natari de Soleil kind of colour palette film,
Very
a little
much.
bit.
And it's also
Yeah,
about losing
yeah,
yourself.
it's
Like
got
that
that.
whole perfume is about disintegration, and then like you're missing. You start off with one smell, and then
Yeah,
1 hour later, you're somewhere else, and you're like, how did I get into this room? Where's the exit? Um,
yeah.
Shocking. But and I know this sounds like weird. We're talking about this case and all like perfumes. Perfumes help a lot, you guys. Believe it or not, perfumes have gotten me through some really rough times, and I could say psychologically they saved my life in some cases. They have warned me,
Yeah.
and not just perfumes that you buy, but also smell. Knowing the smell, knowing to identify the smell of danger. It's also a very fascinating topic. Knowing how to sense danger and smell danger. Um, but yeah, every country has these mysteries that are unsolved, and but you know, somebody was saying, by the way, hi Angela here, welcome, sweetie. Gary says that feels like the last experience with the police. They just could not wait to get away. And Kira says DNA pending, of course. The only people who know the whole truth are now speechless. Yeah, and this is the scary part because again, people are now,
Yeah.
if heaven forbid this were the case, right? But if it is the case and people have been pointing their fingers at him, they're going to say, oh, the coward, now he's dead. No, 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 no. What if he was really scared and running because maybe the cops did something to her and he knew, and he's like, well, if I say anything, I'm a goner because the whole system is corrupt. So if I know that a cop did something and I go to the cops and I say the cop did something, well, if the cops stick together, they might do something to me. I mean, I'm not saying this is what happened, it's just speculation, but this is how little we will actually know. We will know nothing. If this is really his body now, we will never know, and we will not be able to accuse him of anything, really, unless they don't have irrefutable proof from the remains they have. But her body was laying in nature for 3 weeks in an area
Yeah.
where you have a lot of animals
Oh,
and a lot of little tiny animals from squirrels, but you could also have bigger animals like, you know, bigger cats, bears, something. So they smell food, okay? So 3 weeks, they didn't even tell us if she was buried or not. We don't even know that. She could have just been half, semi, something. But after 3 weeks, they find her. And now after 2 or 3 weeks, they find him. Remains? They said the same about when they found Gabby. They were like human remains. Okay, well then. Like since Debbie, what? Since
how
the
long's he
14th
been
or
missing?
13th of September? Oh my gosh, more than a month.
Wow.
Yeah. So more than a month. So that
yeah.
means that if technically, let's say he was struggling with survival in the Carlton Reserve for a week before something happened to him and then he lost his life, only speculation here, then we have 3 weeks of his body being alligators, cougars. You know how many animals are there? It's a swamp, you guys. We're talking Florida. We're not talking Liverpool. You know what I mean? We're talking heavy duty. We're talking Florida, where when you wake up in the morning, you look into your backyard. There's literally a bunch of toads and an alligator waving at you. Hi, morning. Like that's how wild turkeys. You know how aggressive wild turkeys are, and they live there. They're very territorial. They're quite big. They peck at you. They peck at you.
Deb looks like she knows about it.
I don't think there are wild turkeys in Alaska, though. There are no wild turkeys in Alaska, but you got bears. You got a bunch of bears there. You're gonna wake up in the morning and you look at your backyard and like okay, well there you go. There's another family of bears wanting to
in Anchorage, moose.
Yeah, you got moose, but you know what I mean. So okay, moose are not omnivores; they're herbivores, but you don't run away into the Carlton Reserve National Park from the feds. In no sane mind would you do that, to run into a place where as soon as night falls and there's no electricity, you got all those little animals jumping at you. There's no way. How could you in a sane? That's why I think most of the world thought that he would never go there. That's why most of the world thought there must be some other logic to this. There must be another solution to this. They must have thought something out, because who in their sane mind would run into a nature reserve in a swamp with the heat, with the humidity? The mosquitoes alone are going to kill you. It makes no sense.
That's why, like I said, I hope they check and find the remains. I hope they don't bungle it, and I hope they check to make sure the remains actually took place there. The death of whatever this body was took place there and not somewhere else. I hope the evidence does not get
but what
destroyed.
I worry about is, who else can it be if it's his backpack and his laptop next to the body? You're like,
it could be him, but I'm still saying maybe he didn't die there.
Yeah, they could have moved the body, but then who else is involved in this? It's only really him and his parents.
But the parents could not have moved the body because since the moment he gone missing, the 13th or 14th, the feds were there. They were controlling his house. They follow them. They follow the Laundry family even when they go grocery shopping. They have never been alone. Never. So they had no chance to go and dump a body in the Carlton Reserve while the feds were looking at them and while the feds were looking through the Carlton Reserve. So when was this body dumping? When did it happen? And also what the coroner needs to establish, obviously ASAP, is when did this body cease to live? Meaning, did it die after the you know what I mean? Did it die after the 14th of September, or did it die before? Because if the death happened before, then we're in a pickle. Then they're logistically speaking, none of this makes even less sense. But if they can determine, and they can more or less, according also to the insects that are found in the body and the larvae and the maggots and all that stuff, they can, tell you pretty much accurately when, you left this world. A lot can be found that way as well. But you guys, this is, to me, and it's devastating because I'm sure there's more to this, because I felt this humongous strain when when the case started, when Gabby was still just missing, not officially declared, found dead, and I felt like there's some bigger evil at hand here. There's something, some huge shift is happening. And it just felt like a Twin Peaks episode. And I said that in my other video. I said, you know what? It really feels like there's owls in the Grand Teton Park. And it's been a very strange night, that 27th or 28th of August. It feels like there was this weird energy shift happening. And here we are now, knowing even less than we did back then. I mean, somebody in the chat said, of course they know more than we do. Yeah, of course the police know more. Listen, all the time they spent on this case, I hope they know more than they're telling, because otherwise, the amount of millions spent on this case just for the search. Millions. Yeah. And then what? After a month of search, like to close it by saying, "Oh, we don't know. Yeah, we didn't figure much out." Like that would just show you even more about the ineptitude of that's a word, of of the police enforcement, really, because I mean, you would think once they're activated and once they really say, oh geez, we really got to look into this, that once they get activated, that they really go for it. But it's been a month, you guys. I don't know. I'm just, every step of the way, I'm more shocked in a sad way.
Did you see them, members of the public putting laundry baskets all outside the house?
Yes.
And a poster of Gabby, and then I think the parents went and collected them all and removed them. But I did feel sorry for the parents at that point.
Oh my God, terrible. I felt terrible for the parents, because first of all, it's again, people, what are you trying to achieve by this? First of all, you're polluting the planet. You're buying plastic baskets, dozens of them, and just leaving them on the lawn for then this family to collect and then throw it away. I mean, it makes no sense. This is no way to protest. It's only an ignorant person would do that. And if you want to protest, there's other ways to do it, but torturing these people on a daily basis, because mind you, I'm saying this because there's still no proof. So you can't treat them like they're guilty.
Exactly.
You can't. And if you do treat them like they're guilty, well, that makes you very guilty, because you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing because you have no proof. And you're torturing these people day and night. They used to also use they would yell at them with the megaphones and all that stuff. And then the cops at one point said, hey, you're disrupting the peace of the entire neighborhood. You get 1 hour a day or whatever. I don't know what rules they stipulated that you could actually protest loudly, but it has to be silent protests. And then they attacked them. Like, these people can't even go grocery shopping anymore.
Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it?
And I understand that people want answers, but I'm like, on what level do you want answers, boo-boo? Like, is this answers for Gabby or just answers for you? Because it's your ego now as well. Because people have you know what I mean? It's a subtle game playing this. Okay, this is completely altruistic, my behavior, or is my behavior also in part egotistical? When I decide to yell at somebody else's home because I believe that they're guilty for some reason. Like, when do I become guilty in that game as well? When am I the perpetrator? And I do believe that a lot of these Oompa Loompas that were protesting there, they're guilty.
Yeah. There never should have been protesters. See, there's another thing. Police, they should not have allowed that, regardless of, I don't care what level of guilt or innocence this family has. They're allowed to be a protest site.
Yeah.
It's a private neighborhood. I mean, it's a neighbor,
Yeah, I think I don't know whether it's this story or maybe I've got it wrong, but something about them renting out the car parking spaces outside their houses for people to, either for the press or for some reason, Yeah, that's a bit weird as well. Kind of
Money.
like profiting. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
just
Very dodgy, isn't it?
doesn't. Yeah, I mean, what would you do with that money when you know that it was off that?
Hmm.
Like,
That's
you're not really
dirty
gonna.
money.
Exactly,
Happy Day says it
exactly.
makes me so angry, Gary, when and then there is a vigil in Bristol for Sarah Everard, and suddenly they are all there with loads of resources. Makes zero sense. And then Gary answers to Happy Day, says exactly after they've been drinking. Sorry, after they checked the actual arrangements, they only spoke to my relative because I'd been drinking. Oh, sorry, officer, for having a few glasses of wine in my own house. I don't know what this was about. I missed the other part of the conversation probably. Mrs. Blue says, I would start eating. I don't know. Okay, wait, let me go down. Sorry, I just. Why would they do that? It serves no purpose. So for the protesting and the laundry baskets, because people, you know why? They film it, they post it on YouTube, their claim to fame. I put a laundry basket on the laundry lawn and I posted it on Instagram and I gained another 150 followers because of that, or another 5,000. Listen, I was just reading today. I found
That's
this
what
really
it's
cool
all
thing about,
come to.
it's been going around for some time. It's the seven deadly sins, lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. And then somebody did a list of, I don't know who did it, so claim your fame to the claim to the whatever. But so I'm going to read it to you. It's so funny how it really shows you today. So lust is Tinder, gluttony is Yelp, greed is LinkedIn, sloth is Netflix, wrath is Twitter, envy is Facebook, and pride is Instagram. Interesting how the devil has
Love
its
it.
ways to sneak in and manipulate it. To me, like, wow, this was amazing. I'm like, well, there you go. That's Instagram for you, pride. And posting that stuff, it that's what it is to me. It's not about really helping the Petito family. How are you helping the Petito family by posting baskets on somebody else's laundry? And also, you're not going to bring Gabby back. So, and as much as everybody's invested in this case, it's not yours to be invested in it as much as her family. If anybody is to suffer and to decide the type of pain or whatever, it's Gabby Petito's. It's the Petito family. It's not some random person who feels moved by this case and then takes upon themselves the righteousness to fight for Gabby Petito. Nobody asked you to.
Have you heard the expression grief
Oh, that's
thief?
a good one, Aisha. Grief thief.
Yeah,
I haven't heard of
yeah,
that.
yeah. Because that's kind of what a lot of these people are doing. Them to do something that's kind of confrontational to the family, like throwing things on the lawn. You know, somebody could have got hurt while they were doing that. And just because this is the scenario, they take that as like an excuse to be able to do that. And the other thing is, what kind of intelligence is that showing to mock their surname? How's that? You know, it's almost like name calling. It's almost like they're in the schoolyard and that's what they do to them because that's what their surname is. So all these people that are doing all of this stuff, it's just pointless. It's really about a way of them getting out their aggression. Somebody's pointed at them to strike them and hit them. And, you know, is
Or
that
it's all for social media. Exactly. Like Jacob was saying, I get to Instagram or put it on my stories or do a TikTok of this. Look, it's disgusting.
yeah. Yeah, it's about self-promotion and, you know, that kind of proving you that it's like they're taking the photograph of the Mona Lisa. You know, it's like, oh, I threw the basket. I was there at this a historic case or whatever, because there will be documentaries made about this. We're probably watching it next year on Netflix or Amazon or something.
Yeah, on our Sloth, what was it? Sloth, yeah. Seven Deadly Sins,
Yeah.
Netflix. Of course.
Yeah.
I'm sure Hollywood is already on it, darling. Hollywood is already on it to get the rights to tell the story.
Yeah. She's just come to mind.
Well, she's too old to be Gabby.
To play the game, maybe.
Well, knowing how Hollywood is taking these days, it's probably going to be Kristen Stewart as Gabby Petito, and it's going to be Chalamet as Brian Laundrie. Okay.
Don't know the second
Well,
one.
good for you.
Chalamet.
I can't stand Chalamet. He literally stole every role. So first of all, he started acting. He did Call Me by Your Name or whatever that movie is, and then he started taking over all the remakes of Hollywood. He just did Dune, messed up Kyle MacLachlan's role, and David Lynch's Dune is now this other Dune, and Chalamet stole Kyle MacLachlan's swag and thunder, and then. Guess who's going to be the new Johnny Depp, Willy Wonka, Chocolate Factory? It's going to be Chalamet. Guess who was Edward Scissorhands in the continuation of Edward Scissorhands, but just a commercial for the halftime show at the Chalamet. He was Edward Scissorhands. So it's like they're giving him. He's like this up and coming actor, and he's the one that Hollywood has decided to position as the next generation of top of the crop. And so yeah, and that's literally what we're going to be having. Chalamet.
The 70s version. That is such a good film. Like, why remake it? When I mention that film to people, they think I'm talking about
the new one,
the one that came out. Yeah, something like 2005, but there was something about the horror films of that era that just should never be touched with. It's like Rebecca by Alfred Hitchcock from the book by Daphne du Maurier, even though that's not the same thing. But even that, ever try and remake that film, I feel like there's something lost because there was almost in the 70s and in the 80s that kind of comes through in those films. Even in the 90s, like Silence of the Lambs, imagine if they tried to like remake that now.
It would be horrendous. There's no way of remaking Silence of the Lambs. Remaking Beetlejuice? Are you kidding me? I mean, remaking 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I'm not watching these. No, done.
You know what I mean? Like, it just, why? And this is typical because Hollywood has no ideas, and well, let's profit off of something that already we have proven has made money, so let's just milk it more. And it's just really dreadful. Now, I'm not saying that you can't make something better, but if it was already perfect, let it be. But there's only one Mona Lisa. I'm not a huge fan of the Mona Lisa. It's just that, whatever, she has become a really famous painting. That's the Mona Lisa. You don't redo the Mona Lisa. Let it be. Rachel Jackson says they're redoing The Bodyguard. It's insanity. Oh my God, Rachel. They're doing The Bodyguard with Kevin Costner. Who's going to be Kevin Costner? I mean, obviously we can't have Whitney Houston anymore, but Kevin Costner is still alive.
Do you know, I was just thinking actually, do you know at the start of the original Omen, the kid's going round on the little tricycle, and that's how he knocks his mum off the stairs. And it was just, I've just made the connection with The Shining.
Oh, yes.
Similar point of view. And there's something about the kid riding round on that bike that's just like tense. For whatever reason, you don't know.
Yeah, but the duality about The Shining and Andy is that he's actually not bad. But it's eerie. It's eerie. You do feel like, is he mean? Is he bad?
Yeah, there's a lot of things in there, and now that I've been watching, are jarring that you don't even know, the paper in the typewriter, and all these little subliminal things that are just kind of, something's not right, but then your brain just, and you think, oh yeah, that was fine, but somewhere you kind of know there was something there that was
And
a
he
little bit
manipulated,
strange, a little bit
and Kubrick
off.
did it on purpose, intentionally. Manipulated every scene the way he wanted it to be. But anyway, guys, we veered off topic. I just want to say we've been live streaming about this case for over an hour, and may Gabby Petito rest in peace, and may whoever's remains they have found in that location also rest in peace, ultimately, because that's what more can you wish a person but peace, nothing more. And I just want to thank my lovely panel, my lovely, lovely ladies, Debbie and Aisha, for tuning in. I'm going to stop recording now. So thumb up, whatever is there. What is there to thumb up about this video? Nothing really. It's such a sad comment. We gave out a lot of energy and love, but it's a sad topic. So thumbs up are more to cheer us on, but not to cheer on the situation, obviously. And subscribe to my channel, and hope to see you all soon. And until next time, never forget, and this is really important, to never, never, never forget to constantly repeat it to yourself like a mantra. Never forget to never give up on love. Love you all. See you soon. Take care. Bye. Mwah. So, yay, we recorded a sad segment, but I think it was necessary. I don't know. Maybe it's going to help some people. And maybe it's not going to help anybody. I don't know. Aisha, you know what I was thinking the whole time? You have, it was like, I know you have a very different voice from Pete Burns, but you come from the same area. So I kept hearing Pete through your voice, and it was just so, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to cry.
Oh yeah, I'm only an hour away from where Pete lived. So
yeah, so it's like you have the same accent, literally. So.
What about? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the compliment. Right,
all right, sweetie. Thank you so much for joining in.
I'm gonna go
and get ready for Halloween.
Yeah. I will.
Thank you so much, Aisha. So wait, do you? I don't know how this works now. I think you just log off. I don't have to push anything. All righty. All right, Debs. Where are you? You're there. All right, Debbie. I still see you in the other. No, everything stopped. Okay, hold on. All right. So
You're in the call too?
Ah, there you are. You're back. You see yourself?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. So, well, there's that. I just wanted to, Jesus says, yeah, Gary says, yay, first segment of call-in stream. I know, we did a test, it worked. Beautiful discussion, says Rachel Jackson. Thank you so much, Rachel. I'm serious, she's been up for the role as well. Oh my God, really, Rachel? She's been up for the role as well as other new artists, and they're changing the story a bit. Cardi B for Whitney's role. Cardi B as Whitney Houston in The Bodyguard.
Oh, Lizzo?
Cardi B.
No.
I think they should make a new version of The Bodyguard with Wendy Williams. She's a little bit, not as young as Whitney Houston was back in the day, but it would be a funny version of The Bodyguard. Wendy Williams and Kevin Costner, because he got older too. Kevin Costner is her bodyguard today. Jesus says, righty? LMAO. Jack says, wait, hold up. What happened? Let me get a chip. What happened, Jack? Absolutely not. Oh, yeah, you don't want Cardi B. Oh, you don't want Cardi B? Or you don't want Wendy Williams? Oh, what happened? Oh, this is in the back room, by the way. All right, the phone call fell. Hold on, guys. All right. Debbie hung up. Don't worry about it, Debbie. Maybe something happened with your connection, but this is how it looks backstage for us, you guys. We're all like sitting on this little... Okay, guys, so I wanted to end the live stream also on a more entertaining note. the this Petito case took up. Hey, Debs. Took up a slot that I was going to dedicate to a perfume, but it's okay. It's fine. We're going to have more perfume moments in the future. We did talk a little bit about perfumes before we veered into the Petito case. Battery died on tablet. Don't worry, Debs. All good. But, oh my God, The Ankle Guard starring Wendy Williams. Jesus, you are hilarious. Yeah, Rachel, right? Whitney's antagonist? I can't. That is so funny. I think they should just release it again, theaters, like they do Star Wars every 10 years. I think that's a good idea. And they do it also sometimes with other Disney things, like, you know, Snow White and stuff. Oh my God, I'm so itchy. Don't ever do this at home. Don't take scissors to just delicately touch the spot that is itchy, and then it's gone. You don't have to scratch yourself, and the makeup stays flawless. So, all right. So the perfume review, alas, it's going to be what it's going to be. Next time. Leave it for Saturday, Gary says. Well, Saturday I have other plans. You know, I never manage to go through all the topics that I have on a Saturday because I always veer off and I start blabbering. But you know, I wanted to read one more. Hey, Edu, how's it going? Hey, Edu. Hi, sweetie darling. My local cinemas always show older films, says Jack. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that. I love when they do that. Let me get another chip. So I'm going to open the line in case somebody wants to call. We can make one more test in case somebody wants to call in. Hold on, you guys. All right, the link is now open in case somebody wants to call in. I'm just testing it out. The link is pinned at the top of the chat in case you want to call in. Everybody's shy. Nobody wants to call in. I'm in the call. Oh, wait. I have to ring the group first? Oh, no, no, no. No, sorry. So now I'm calling Aisha. No, 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 no. I'm not supposed to do this. Hold on. People have to leave the call first. Okay, I got to start the call. Sorry, Aisha, if I called you. I didn't want to disrupt you. No, I am... You guys can join through the link. The link is pinned at the top of the chats, wherever the chats are for you, left or right. Kira wants Jesus to call in and sing for us. All right. That means like if I can do it, anyone can. Okay, I'm gonna read to you. Oh, let me just take a sippy. One more story, you know, because there's no two without three, and three is company. Hold on, you guys. Let me... These headphones. Okay. All right. Oh, hold on. Okay, so hey, Donnie Barrios Mason. I definitely would have called if my costume's ready. Oh, well, we're going to do Halloween costume call-in next on the 31st on a Sunday. But this was just to call in and test out the new function, the new feature. You know, it wasn't for costume. I'm just dressed because I'm in an Edgar Allan Poe mood. Okay, so you guys, I'm going to read to you wait, hold on. Let me stop recording and start again. I need to announce this. Okay, now let me start. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Spooky Crypt, or I want to call it the Haunting of Dacob Manor, where we get to read and share spooky stories. Of course, it's Edgar Allan Poe for Halloween of 2021, so I hope you're going to enjoy with me The Angel of the Odd, an Extravaganza. Yeah, literally, that's the title. And thumb up this video, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. And this is being filmed live in front of a live audience. So I have my co-chatters in the chats. So let me know what you think about the story as it progresses. This is an Edgar Allan Poe short story, The Angel of the Odd, an Extravaganza. It was a chilly November afternoon. I had just consummated an unusually hearty dinner, of which the dyspeptic truffe formed not the least important item, and was sitting alone in the dining room with my feet upon the fender. And at my elbow a small table which I had rolled up to the fire, and upon which were some apologies for dessert, with some miscellaneous bottles of wine, spirit, and liqueur. In the morning, I had been reading Glover's Leonidas, Wilkie's Epigoniad, Lamartine's Pilgrimage, Barlow's Columbiad, Tuckerman's Sicily, and Griswold's Curiosities. I am willing to confess, therefore, that I now felt a little stupid. I made effort to arouse myself by aid of frequent Lafitte, and all failing, I betook myself to a stray newspaper in despair. Having carefully pursued the column of houses to let, and the column of dogs lost, and then the two columns of wives and apprentices runaway, I attacked with great resolution the editorial matter, and, reading it from beginning to end without understanding a syllable, conceived the possibility that it might be Chinese. And so I reread it from the end to the beginning, but with no more satisfactory result. I was about throwing away in disgust. This folio of 4 pages, happy work, which not even critiques criticize. When I felt my attention somewhat aroused by the paragraph which follows. The avenues to death are numerous and strange. A London paper mentions the decease of a person from a singular cause. He was playing at Puff the Dart, which is played with a long needle inserted in some worsted and blown at a target through a thin tube. He placed the needle at the wrong end of the tube, and drawing his breath strongly to puff the dart forward with force, drew the needle into his throat. it entered the lungs, and in a few days killed him. Upon seeing this, I fell into a great rage, without exactly knowing why. "This thing," I exclaimed, "is a compatible falsehood, a poor hoax, the less of the invention of some pitiable penny-a-liner, of some wretched concocter of accidents in cocaine. These fellows, knowing the extravagant gullibility of the age, set their wits to work in the imagination of improbable possibilities, of odd accidents, as they term them, but to a reflecting intellect like mine," I added in a parenthesis, putting my forefinger unconsciously to the side of my nose, "to a contemplative understanding such as myself possess, it seems evident at once that the marvelous increase of late in these odd accidents is by far the oddest accidents of all. For my own part, I intend to believe nothing henceforward that has anything of the singular about it." "Mein Gott, den Vater fool you beest for dat," replied one of the most remarkable voices I ever heard. At first I took it for a rumbling in my ears, such as a man sometimes experiences when getting very drunk. But, upon second thought, I considered the sound as more nearly resembling that which proceeds from an empty barrel beaten with a big stick. And, in fact, this I should have concluded it to be, but for the articulation of the syllables and words. I am by no means naturally nervous, and the very few glasses of Lafitte which I had sipped served to embolden me no little, so that I felt nothing of trepidation, but merely uplifted my eyes with a leisurely movement, and looked carefully around the room for the intruder. I could not, however, perceive anyone at all in the room. "Humph!" resumed the voice, as I continued my survey. "You mus be so drunk as the pig, then for not see me as I sit here at your side." Hereupon I bethought me of looking immediately before my nose, and there, sure enough, confronting me at the table, sat a personnage nondescript, although not altogether indescribable. His body was a wine pipe, or a rum puncheon, or something of that character, and had a truly Falstaffian air. In its nether extremity were inserted 2 kegs, which seemed to answer all the purposes of legs. For arms, there dangled from the upper portion of the carcass 2 tolerably long bottles, with the neck outward for hands. All the head that I saw the monster possessed of was one of those Hessian canteens which resemble a large snuff-box, with a hole in the middle of the lid. This canteen, with a funnel on its top like a cavalier cap slouched over the eyes, was set on edge upon the puncheon, with the hole toward myself. And through this hole, which seemed puckered up like the mouth of a very precise old maid, the creature was emitting certain rumbling and grumbling noises, which he evidently intended for intelligible talk. "I say," he said, "you must be drunk as the pig. For sit there and not see me, sit here, and I say, do. You must be pigger fool as the goose, for to disbelieve what is print in the print, 'tis the truth. That it is, every word of it is the truth." "Who are you, pray?" I said, with much dignity, although somewhat puzzled. "How did you get here, and what is it you are talking about?" "As for how I comed here," replied the figure, that is none of your business. And as for what I be talking about, I be talk about what I think proper, and as for who I be, why that is be very thing I come here for to let you see for yourself. You are a drunken vagabond, said I, and I shall ring the bell and order my footman to kick you into the street. He, he, said the fellow. Hoo, that you can't do. Can't do, said I. What do you mean? I can't do what? Ring the bell, he replied, attempting a grin with his little villainous mouth. Upon this I made an effort to get up in order to put my threat into execution, but the ruffian just reached across the table very deliberately, and hitting me a tap on the forehead with the neck of one of the long bottles, knocked me back into the armchair from which I had half arisen. I was utterly astounded, and for a moment was quite at a loss what to do. In the meantime, he continued his talk. You see, said he, it is tepes for sit still, and now you shall know who I be. Look at me, see, I am the angel of the odd. And odd enough, too, I ventured to reply, but I was always under the impression that an angel had wings. Te wing, he cried, highly incensed. What I pay to do with the wing? Mein Gott, do you take me for a chicken? Oh, no, I replied, much alarmed. You are no chicken. Certainly not. Well then, sit still and behave yourself, or I'll rap you again mit me fist. It is the chicken up the wing, und the owl up the wing, und the imp up the wing, und the head teufel up the wing, the angel up not the wing, and I am the angel of the odd. And your business with me at present is my business, ejaculated the thing. Why, what a low-bred puppy you must pay for to ask a gentleman and an angel about his business. This language was rather more than I could bear, even from an angel. So, plucking up courage, I seized the salt cellar which lay within reach, and hurled it at the head of the intruder. Either he dodged, however, or my aim was inaccurate, for all I accomplished was the demolition of the crystal which protected the dial of the clock upon the mantelpiece. As for the angel, he evinced his sense of my assault by giving me 2 or 3 hard consecutive raps upon the forehead as before. These reduced me at once to submission, and I am almost ashamed to confess that either through pain or vexation, there came a few tears into my eyes. Mein Gott, said the angel of the odd, apparently much softened at my distress. Mein Gott, the man is either very drunk or very sorry. You must not drink. It's so strong. You must put the water in the wine. Here, drink this, like a good feller. And don't cry now. Don't. Hereupon the angel of the odd replenished my goblet, which was about 1/3 full of port, with a colourless fluid that he poured from one of his hand bottles. I observed that these bottles had labels about their necks, and that these labels were inscribed Kirchenwasser. The considerate kindness of the angel mollified me in no little measure, and aided by the water with which he diluted my port more than once, I at length regained sufficient temper to listen to his very extraordinary discourse. I cannot pretend to recount all that he told me, but I gleaned from what he said, and he was the genius who presided over the contretemps of mankind, and whose business it was to bring about the odd accidents which are continually astonishing the skeptic. Once or twice, upon my venturing to express my total incredulity in respect to his pretensions, he grew very angry indeed, so that at length I considered it the wiser policy to say nothing at all, and let him have his own way. He talked on, therefore, at great length, while I merely leaned back in my chair with my eyes shut, and amused myself with munching raisins and filliping the stems about the room. But by and by, the angel suddenly construed this behavior of mine into contempt. He arose in a terrible passion, slouched his funnel down over his eyes, swore a vast oath, uttered a threat of some character which I did not precisely comprehend, and finally made me a low bow and departed, wishing me, in the language of the Archbishop in Gil Blas, beaucoup de bonheur et un peu plus de bon sens. His departure afforded me relief. The very few glasses of Lafitte that I had sipped had the effect of rendering me drowsy, and I felt inclined to take a nap of some 15 or 20 minutes, as is my custom after dinner. At 6, I had an appointment of consequence, which it was quite indispensable that I should keep. The policy of insurance for my dwelling house had expired the day before, and, some dispute having arisen, I was agreed that at 6 I should meet the board of directors of the company and settle the terms of a renewal. Glancing upward at the clock on the mantelpiece, for I felt too drowsy to take out my watch, I had the pleasure to find that I had still 25 minutes to spare. It was 5:30. I could easily walk to the insurance office in 5 minutes, and my usual siestas had never been known to exceed 5 to 20 minutes. I felt sufficiently safe, therefore, and composed myself to my slumbers forthwith. Having completed them to my satisfaction, I again looked toward the timepiece, and was half inclined to believe in the possibility of odd accidents, when I found that instead of my ordinary 15 or 20 minutes, I had been dozing only 3. For it still wanted 7:20 of the appointed hour. I betook myself again to my nap, and at length a second time awoke, when, to my utter amazement, it still wanted 27 minutes of 6. I jumped up and examined the clock, and found that it had ceased running. My watch informed me that it was 7:30, and of course, having slept 2 hours, I was too late for my appointment. It will make no difference, I said. I can call at the office in the morning and apologize. In the meantime, what can be the matter with the clock? Upon examining it, I discovered that one of the raisin stems, which I had been filliping about the room during the discourse of the Angel of the Odd, had flown through the fractured crystal, and lodging, singularly enough, in the keyhole, with an end projecting outward, had thus arrested the revolution of the minute hand. "Ah," I said, I see how it is. This thing speaks for itself. A natural accident, such as will happen now and then." I gave the matter no further consideration, and at my usual hour retired to bed. Here, having placed the candle upon a reading stand at the bedhead, and having made an attempt to pursue some pages of the Omnipresence of the Deity, I unfortunately fell asleep in less than 20 seconds, leaving the light burning as it was. My dreams were terrifically disturbed by visions of the angel of the odd. Methought he stood at the foot of the couch, drew aside the curtains, and in the hollow, detestable tones of a rum puncheon menaced me with the bitterest vengeance for the contempt with which I had treated him. He concluded a long harangue, and taking off his funnel cap, inserting the tube into my gullet, and thus delugging me with an ocean of Kirschenwasser, which he poured in a continuous flood from one of the long-necked bottles that stood him instead of an arm. My agony was at length insufferable, and I awoke just in time to perceive that a rat had run off with the lighted candle from the stand, but not in season to prevent his making his escape with it through the hole. Very soon, a strong, suffocating odor assailed my nostrils. The house, I clearly perceived, was on fire. In a few minutes, the blaze broke forth with violence, and in an incredibly brief period, the entire building was wrapped in flames. All egress from my chamber, except through a window, was cut off. The crowd, however, quickly procured and raised a long ladder. By means of this, I was descending rapidly, and in apparent safety, when a huge hog, about whose rotund stomach, and indeed about whose whole air of physiognomy, there was something which reminded me of the angel of the odd, when this hog, I say, which hitherto had then quietly slumbering in the mud, took it suddenly into his head that his left shoulder needed scratching, and could find no more convenient rubbing post than that afforded by the foot of the ladder. In an instant I was precipitated and had the misfortune to fracture my arm. This accident, with the loss of my insurance, and with the more serious loss of my hair, the whole of which had been singed off by the fire, predisposed me to serious impressions, so that finally I made up my mind to take a wife. There was a rich widow disconsolate for the loss of her 7th husband, and to her wounded spirit I offered the balm of my vows. She yielded a reluctant consent to my prayers. I knelt at her feet in gratitude and adoration. She blushed and bowed her luxuriant tresses into close contact with those supplied me, temporarily, by Grandjean. I know not how the entanglement took place, but so it was. I arose with a shining pate, wigless. She, in disdain and wrath, half buried in alien hair. Thus ended my hopes of the widow by an accident which could not have been anticipated, to be sure, but which the natural sequence of events had brought about. Without despairing, however, I undertook the siege of a less implacable heart. The fates were again propitious for a brief period, but again a trivial incident interfered. Meeting my betrothed in an avenue thronged with the elite of the city, I was hastening to greet her with one of my best considered bows, when a small particle of some foreign matter lodging in the corner of my eye rendered me, for the moment, completely blind. Before I could recover my sight, the lady of my love had disappeared. Irreparably affronted at what she chose to consider my premeditated rudeness in passing her by ungreeted, while I stood bewildered at the suddenness of this accident, which might have happened nevertheless to anyone under the sun, and while I still continued incapable of sight, I was accosted by the angel of the odd, who proffered me his aid with a civility which I had no reason to expect. He examined my disordered eye with much gentleness and skill, informed me that I had a drop in it, and, whatever a drop was, took it out and afforded me relief. I now considered it high time to die, since fortune had so determined to persecute me, and accordingly made my way to the nearest river. Here, divesting myself of the clothes, for there is no reason why we cannot die as we were born, I threw myself headlong into the current. The sole witness of my fate being a solitary crow that had been seduced into the eating of brandy-saturated corn, and so had staggered away from his elbows, from his fellows. No sooner had I entered the water than this bird took it into his head to fly away with the most indispensable portion of my apparel. Postponing, therefore, for the present my suicidal design, I just slipped my nether extremities into the sleeves of my coat, and betook myself to a pursuit of the felon with all the nimbleness which the case required and its circumstances would admit. But my evil destiny attended me still. As I ran at full speed with my nose up in the atmosphere and intent only upon the purloiner of my property, I suddenly perceived that my feet rested no longer upon terra firma. The fact is, I had thrown myself over a precipice and should inevitably have been dashed to pieces. But for my good fortune in grasping the end of a long guide rope, which depended from a passing balloon. As soon as I sufficiently recovered my senses to comprehend the terrific predicament in which I stood, or rather hung, I exerted all the power of my lungs to make that predicament known to the aeronaut overhead. But for a long time I exerted myself in vain. Either the fool could not, or the villain would not perceive me. Meantime, the machine rapidly soared, while my strength even more rapidly failed. I was soon upon the point of resigning myself to my fate and dropping quietly into the sea, when my spirits were suddenly revived by hearing a hollow voice from above, which seemed to be lazily humming an opera air. Looking up, I perceived the angel of the odd. He was leaning with his arms folded over the rim of the car, and with a pipe in his mouth, at which he puffed leisurely, seemed to be upon excellent terms with himself and the universe. I was too much exhausted to speak, so I merely regarded him with an imploring air. For several minutes, although he looked me full in the face, he said nothing. At length, removing carefully his meerschaum from the right to the left corner of his mouth, he condescended to speak. "Who be you?" he asked. "Und what der Teufel you be do there?" To this piece of impudence, cruelty, and affectation, I could reply only by ejaculating the monosyllable, "Help!" Help, echoed the ruffian. Not I. Der is te pottel. Help yourself. Und Petamd. With these words, he let fall a heavy bottle of Kirschenwasser, which, dropping precisely upon the crown of my head, caused me to imagine that my brains were entirely knocked out. Impressed with this idea, I was about to relinquish my hold and give up the ghost with a good grace, when I was arrested by the cry of the angel, who bade me hold on. Hold on, he said. Don't be in the hurry, don't. Will you be take the other bottle? Or have you pegot sober yet and come to your senses? I made haste, hereupon, to nod my head twice. Once in the negative, meaning thereby that I would prefer not taking the other bottle at present, and once in the affirmative, intending thus to imply that I was sober and had positively come to my senses. By these means I somewhat softened the angel. Und you believe, ten? He inquired. At the last, you believe, ten, in the possibility of the odd? I again nodded my head in assent. Und you have belief in me, the angel of the odd? I nodded again. Und you acknowledge that you be the blind drunk und the fool? I nodded once more. Put your right hand into your left hand breeches pocket, 10, in token of your full submission unto the angel of the odd. This thing, for very obvious reasons, I found it quite impossible to do. In the first place, my left arm had been broken in my fall from the ladder, and therefore, had I let go my hold with the right hand, I must have let go altogether. In the second place, I could have no breeches until I came across the crow. I was therefore obliged, much to my regret, to shake my head in the negative, intending thus to give the angel to understand that I found it inconvenient, just at that moment, to comply with his very reasonable demand. No sooner, however, had I ceased shaking my head than, "Go to der Teufel, then!" roared the angel of the odd. In pronouncing these words, he drew a sharp knife across the guide rope by which I was suspended, and as we then happened to be precisely over my own house, which during my peregrinations had been handsomely rebuilt, it so occurred that I tumbled headlong down the ample chimney and alit upon the dining-room hearth. Upon coming to my senses, for the fall had very thoroughly stunned me, I found it about 4 o'clock in the morning. I lay outstretched where I had fallen from the balloon. My head grovelled in the ashes of an extinguished fire, while my feet reposed upon the wreck of a small table, overthrown and amid the fragments of a miscellaneous dessert. Intermingled with a newspaper, some broken glass and shattered bottles, and an empty jug of the Schiedam Kirschenwasser. Thus revenged himself the angel of the odd. Edgar Allan Poe, published 1844. The Angel of the Odd, an extravaganza. I hope you've enjoyed this little Halloween countdown read. Jesus says, what book are we reading? We're reading a short story by Edgar Allan Poe. The Angel of the Odd, an extravaganza. Hello, Iris, Elisa. Dacob, darling, you are a legend. Oh, Iris, thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in. It's great practice to be on good terms with the universe, says Jack Dean, right? Jack says, it's Dr. Frankenfurter. Whoop, whoop. Clap, 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 says Jack. Thank you so much. Rachel says, that angel, a menace. LOL. Jack says, we do love a naughty angel. Lily Bonfie's applauding. Thank you guys so much. I hope you've enjoyed... Aisha says, amazing. I hope you've enjoyed this read. This little short text or story by Edgar Allan Poe is very interesting indeed. We don't know if all of this was a dream, if our main character got drunk and then just nodded off in his own home and woke up after a dream to all of this memory, or if it really happened. Was he in the Twilight Zone? Did he depart this world, enter into a parallel universe, and then come back to this world? Or did he just really confront himself with the frailty and fragility of life, and with the fact that sometimes the craziest of stories that we do not believe to be true indeed are the true ones, indeed are the only possible true ones. There's a lot of food for thought here. Debbie says, fascinating. I need to read more of my book. Rachel says, I loved your rendition. Thank you so much, Rachel. So sweet of you. Yes, Debbie. Edgar Allan Poe. It's not, Edgar Allan Poe is more than just Halloween and the spooky. There is psychology and a constant reflection, mirroring of oneself, human reality, your social self, through these texts, because these characters we've seen already through the couple of texts we read together thus far, they don't even have names. They are random human beings, and they could be us. So Edgar Allan Poe is the true artist, lifting that mirror to society and showing you the reflection. And that's the point of these texts. We call them spooky texts for Halloween, but they're not spooky because they're horror stories. The horror of them is the reality of them. It's the reflection upon one's self. And they are reflective. They appear to be super scary and spooky and sometimes completely contorted, when in reality all they are is reflective of human nature, reflective of our beliefs, reflective of our superstitions, reflecting and making us ask ourselves, what does it really mean? Are we really constantly going to obsessively want to rationalize every step of the way? Or is there perchance and perhaps something inside of us that is deeper rooted than just logic, than just mathematic equations? Is there more? Is there more? And this is something that I feel through the insanity, the apparent insanity of Edgar Allan Poe's texts. This is the constant question that he keeps asking. Through this apparent insanity, in reality, what we get is very, very simple questions that a human asks another human. What are you capable of? How far can you push things to go? Could you even, if you can fathom it, does that automatically mean that you could do it? If something is fathomable, does it mean that it's also doable? Or does it perchance even mean that if it's fathomable, it has already in reality happened? Maybe in another time, maybe in another universe, maybe in the Twilight Zone. But if you can imagine it, is it real? Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you've liked the reading of The Angel of the Odd by Dacob from Edgar Allan Poe, the one and only. Thumb up this video, subscribe to my channel if you like it. Jesus says there is always something more. PJD says chaos is the real horror, the reality. Edgar is in my top 3 authors. Easy, been a fan since I was 8, says Rachel Jackson. Jack says Edgar Allan Poe is like a spiritual practice in and of itself. Oh, totally. Completely agree with you. Julie Scott says, great to have something cool to listen to on my lunch hour. Oh, yes. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, he did so much. Plays included, says Debbie. Yes, he did. It's a waterfall of creativity and art, you know, and it's just amazing. So thank you guys so much for tuning in to this short text. Thumb up this video, subscribe to my channel, and never forget to never give up on spooky love. Love you all. See you soon. Take care. Bye. Mwah. Okay, you guys. So we did that video, and that concludes our live stream for today. We went on a journey. It was quite cathartic, I want to say. I mean, we dealt with the unexpected. We dealt with the angel of the odd. We had the Gabby Petito case jump in on us unexpectedly. We dealt with the camera situation. We dealt with different topics. Let me see if there are any callers. There are no callers. No. And we've dealt with callers. This whole live stream has been very, very special. We reviewed Chucky season 1, episode 2. We went through hearts, pumping hearts. We went through hiding heads and poked eyeballs. We went through skeletons galore, bats being upwards or downwards. We've done it, and we ate chips. And don't forget, a roller coaster, great entertainment, says Jesus. Thank you so much. Jenny says, lovely live stream as always. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for streaming again. It is so much work, but we love you for it. Thank you so much, Jack. Aisha says, thanks for a fab night. Thank you. The Twilight Zone, says Jack, right? Rachel Jackson says, thank you for taking us on this journey with you. Thank you so much, Rachel, for joining the journey. Don't forget that this Saturday live stream is on my main Super Dacob YouTube channel, where we get to talk about, you know, fashion, style, perfumes, and much, much, much more, as we always do. Then next week, Wednesday, is Countdown to Halloween live stream right here on Totally Dacob. Be sure to tune into the last Countdown to Halloween live stream on Totally Dacob for this year. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope to see you all there next Wednesday. And then Saturday following that, again, main live stream on the main channel. And then Sunday, the 31st of October, again on the main channel, Super Dacob, live stream Halloween. I want y'all to dress up and call in, because the channel will be open for callers, and we're going to have you all with your own camera and costumes here live in the live stream. I hope you're all going to tune in and enjoy the party. And until next time, you guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to the mods. Thank you so much to Debbie, to Jack, to Gary, and to Audrey for keeping us safe here in the Dacob Manor. Oh, where is my little manor? Here's the lights on. Oh, the lights are on. The lights are on, but they're not very intense anymore. I forgot to turn them off. Now the battery's almost dead, but this was the haunting of Dacob Manor. You have survived your trip through the haunted manor, the Dacob haunted manor. Now you get to exit safely. Be sure to continue on your journey back home. And don't forget, there's always next year. And when we enter the manor next year, you best be prepared, because only the strongest of hearts and the most courageous ones manage to enter and exit in one piece. Until next week, stay in one piece if you can, and never give up on all your body parts and on love. Bye.